Court will call the matter of State of Wisconsin versus Ezra J. McCandless, Dunn County case, 2018, CF 125. Counsel, please state appearances.
The state appears by District Attorney Andrea Nodoff and Assistant Attorney Generals Richard Dufour and Peter Hahn.
Ezra McCandless appears in person by attorneys Deja Vishny and Aaron Nelson.
All right, and who is then going to be speaking on behalf of Ms. McCandless?
I will for the most part. I may have Mr. Nelson just read from a letter because to save my voice.
All right. Well, and Ms. Vishny and Mr. Nelson, have you received a copy of the pre-sentence investigation report?
I have.
And have you had a chance to go over that with Ms. McCandless?
Mr. Nelson read it to Ms. McCandless.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, and the court did receive the defense sentencing memorandum?
That's correct. Our corrections to the pre-sentence report were contained within the body of the sentencing memorandum.
All right. Is there anything about that you'd like just to state on the record?
Well, I'd ask that what I wrote be incorporated into the record. I mean, in terms of what I placed in writing, both I, as well as the state, advised the court that the pre-sentence writer failed to understand what the penalty was for this particular case, and that the court's decision in terms of when Ms. McCandless can petition for release to supervision is 20 years, not 25. So it appears to me that that's the law, and everybody understands that. We would also note that Mr. Woodworth's grandparents had recommended through the pre-sentence that the court allow Ms. McCandless, or allow Ezra McCandless to apply for release after 25 years, and we believe that what they told the PSI writer was that Ezra McCandless should be permitted to petition the court at the earliest opportunity, not the number 25, and that pre-sentence writer's error continues through that, and that's because the pre-sentence writer told Robert Maxey, Mr. Maxey was present at the pre-sentence interview, and told Mr. Maxey that the grandparents had wanted this at the opportunity petition at the earliest opportunity, so we think that error carried through there. Of course, I don't pretend that I can speak for Alex Woodward's grandparents, and I have not looked to see if they're in court yet. We asked the court, we think it's inappropriate for a pre-sentence writer to quote unnamed individuals in a report, and we asked the court to disregard that.
What, where is that located?
I have to get out my copy of the pre-sentence.
Your Honor, it's at the bottom of page 7, going into the top of page 8 is what counsel was referring to of the pre-sentence report. I will address that when I address my comments, but
all right.
I'm just giving the court where it is.
Okay.
Anyways, Judge, we don't think that a court should take into consideration sentencing recommendations of unknown, unnamed individuals who, you know, certainly I understand that Mr. Woodward's friends have the right to address the court or to, you know, comment on Mr. Woodward's character, but I think it's inappropriate for that to be in a pre-sentence investigation. I frankly have never seen a pre-sentence writer do a report like this in my 39 years of practice. So we'd ask that the pre-sentence documentation of Ezra McCandless's biological father's past history be stricken. That seems wholly inappropriate and irrelevant in this case, since Ezra McCandless never had any contact whatsoever with her biological father during her life. We also are critical of the pre-sentence writer for its failure to review materials provided by the defense, and we think that the pre-sentence writer's opinion should be disregarded because of their failure to review materials. We believe that the pre-sentence writer misrepresented the nature of the defense at trial, was critical of the trial defense, which is completely inappropriate for a pre-sentence investigation, and that I won't go into that right now, but I think I've adequately preserved that in writing, and that we think that the pre-sentence writer really did not properly balance the factors under Galleon. However, I understand the pre-sentence writer is not a lawyer, and I understand that the law allows this non-attorney to have their particular opinion. I think the way that they exercise their discretion and their opinion in terms of how they wrote about the trial in this case is wrong. I don't know where they got their information from. The defense did not provide information about the trial to the pre-sentence writer, so I don't know if the pre-sentence writer watched it on court TV, came to court, talked to the prosecutors, but it doesn't reflect a balanced presentation or an accurate presentation of what occurred at trial, and I think it inappropriately points to things that the defense lawyers did as a reason to punish EZRA McCandless, and I would ask that the court disregard it. So some of this is a matter of actual error, other is a matter of objections to the content and the opinions and the characterization of this case by the pre-sentence writer. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. And, well, first of all, I'm not gonna strike the material, just note, you know, your objections will be noted, and they are in your sentencing memoranda as well. But again, the court is not going to consider anything about Ms. McCandless's biological father's prior record. I don't see that that has any bearing today at all, so court will not be considering that. And the pre-sentence investigation report writer did note that that was put in there for purposes of completeness rather than you know, for any other reason. So, but it's understood that that person has had no influence on Ms. McCandless.
Your Honor, may I address a couple of the points from?
Yes, go ahead. Well, just defense, anything else you wish to say about the pre-sentence investigation
Not
report?
at this time.
Okay, and I just wanted to note that there were some victim witness or victim impact statements the court received, but after reviewing them, I do not believe that they are, I guess, victims under the statute, but they're friends of Alex, and I believe one was authored by Paula Thill or Till, I'm not sure how to pronounce it, Thill. It's one page. Does defense receive that?
We have received both letters, and we have read both letters to Ms. McCandless.
Okay,
And I agree, they're not victims under the statute.
all right.
Your Honor, I'll address that as well in a moment. I want to start with the comments relating to the PSI. First, as it relates to the mistake on the number of years before which the defendant would be potentially eligible to petition for release. We did bring that to Mr. Erickson's attention. He did file with the court a supplement indicating that it did not have an effect on his ultimate conclusion once he considered the correct number. As far as Mr. and Mrs. Woodworth, Joan and Marv, I can advise the court that repeatedly throughout the process of this case, including immediately after the verdict and numerous times before that, we had discussions with Mr. and Mrs. Woodworth as well as many other family members and correctly gave them the time when the defendant could potentially be eligible depending on the court's ruling. Repeatedly, they were told that the court would have three options. One would be to allow the defendant release after, to petition for release after 20 years, to petition for release after some longer period than 20 years, or a life means life sentence. So Mr. and Mrs. Woodworth were fully informed of what the correct legal number is as far as that. As far as the opinions that are cited, by counsel at the bottom of page 7, leading into the top of page 8 of the pre-sentence investigation. I spoke with Mr. Erickson today. He is present in the courtroom as well and available if the court wishes to address him. But Mr. Erickson specifically stated all of those statements came from the family members that are quoted later on. They come from family members, clearly individuals who are victims. But even if they weren't victims, and I will address that under the statute, they're still appropriate for this court to consider as it relates to the character of the victim, because that is something that I think the court needs to consider in sentencing, and I'll address that further in a moment. As far as the information about the biological father, I agree it did not play a role in Mr. Erickson's opinion, and I agree the court should not consider it. As far as review of the materials and the trial testimony of the defendant and the failure to do that, frankly, Your Honor, trial testimony is testimony which the jury ultimately found was not truthful beyond a reasonable doubt, and had to have done so to find the defendant guilty. To not consider testimony that a jury determined beyond a reasonable doubt is not truthful as the defendant's version of the event, and then not to frankly take the fact that she didn't provide a version of the offense against her, which Mr. Erickson did not, and would be willing to, and certainly can provide the court with that information, I don't think is inappropriate on the part of the pre-sentence investigator, and I think frankly, had he looked at it and considered it as her version of events, I think it would have been perfectly appropriate for him to consider the fact that she's sticking, that she is continuing to lie about what happened, and as a jury found, and take that against her as opposed to having it be totally neutral as he did. I don't see anywhere in the pre-sentence investigation where the pre-sentence writer improper or considered that the defendant's defense was in any way inappropriate. The only thing he does is cite from some of the victims that it bothered them what happened, but he does not indicate that he takes that against her in any way, shape, or form. I also discussed with Mr. Erickson the last comment contained on page 4 of the defendant's sentencing memorandum about whether or not Mr. Erickson considered the fact that the defendant would have to prove by clear and convincing evidence that she's no longer in danger to be released. And Mr. Erickson said, of course, he considered that. He didn't explicitly say it, but he did consider it. Finally, I want to address the issue of people other than what are listed as victims providing the court with information at the time of sentencing, including the 2 that the court has referenced that have been filed. There were also a number of other friends of Alex who wish to speak at this sentencing hearing, and I believe that they should be heard and their information should be provided, because that information provides the court with further information on the effect of this crime, because frankly, when we take somebody away from the community, when we murder someone and take them away from the community, it isn't just the family of that individual that are impacted by that, but it is the community as a whole, and it is his friends, and it is the people that were touched by the defendant, and it speaks to the defendant's character that was, as we presented and as we argued in our sentencing memorandum, was essentially assassinated by the defendant in the course of the trial. And I think the court is entitled to and should know a little more about the character of the victim in this case in making a sentencing decision. So we believe that the 2 victim impact statements that have been provided, together with some additional information that is going to be presented orally by a number, not a large number, but a few friends of Alex's, in addition to the many family members that wish to make statements, is appropriate and is a proper consideration for this court sentencing. I will not be, and just so the court is aware and counsel is aware, I won't be making the sentencing argument. That will be District Attorney Nodolf, but I did want to address these issues before we started.
And
All right.
just
Thank
so
you,
the
Mr.
record is clear, I don't believe defense counsel, I don't believe I said that we objected to the fact that these letters were submitted. The court pointed out that they weren't victims within the meaning of the statute, and we don't object to Alex's friends addressing the court. I'm sure that the court can take this into consideration and place things in their proper perspective. And I'll make further comments at the time of my sentencing, but I think that any attempt to characterize the defense as somehow trying to obstruct this court from hearing from the loved ones and friends of Mr. Woodworth is misplaced. Thank you.
All right, well, I noted the
Thank you.
defense did not object. I just wanted to point out for the record that I reviewed that. I think the defendant is entitled to know what the court is considering. So, okay, so again, your comments will be noted. All right, then, any reason that we cannot proceed with sentencing at this time? Oh, and before we do that, I just want to point out that the court is well aware of provisions of section 973.014, sub 1G, subsection A, and the three different options at sentencing with a mandatory life sentence. So, and I did see the correction from the pre-sentence investigation, so the court is well aware of what the options are.
Thank you.
Okay, then, any reason we cannot proceed with sentencing today? All right, Ms. Nodolf, are you ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor. I believe the first statement will be from John Woodworth, Alex's father, but I believe it will be read by a friend of his. No? By me. Okay, it'll be read by me.
Okay, and just, again, keep in mind that when you read, just read at a pace that the court reporter can sustain.
At Alex's memorial service, we had over 300 people attend, and we received well over 500 cards. It was touching to see how many people Alex had touched over his short life. In one of the cards, we found a letter from some man we didn't know. He told us that his son was suicidal but ran into Alex at the Racy's coffee shop where Alex worked. The two of them started talking, and the boy told Alex about his intent to kill himself. Alex was able to talk him out of it and helped him find the resources to deal with his issues. The father ended the letter letting us know that his son was alive because of Alex. As much pain as we have felt over the loss to us. What is hard, if not harder, is knowing that if Alex had this much impact in only a few years, how much more of an impact he could have had if he had a full life. It is this loss of potential that hurts as much as the loss of Alex himself. By killing our son, not only has EZRA robbed my wife and myself of our son, but has made the world a darker and colder place by destroying the light that Alex could have been.
Okay, thank you, and that's John Woodworth?
Yes. The next statement is from Joan Woodworth, Alex's grandmother, that she would like to have read as well. EZRA McCandless lured my grandson to a remote location with the express intent of murdering him. Alex was our oldest grandson, who we spent every minute with growing up and continues a very close relationship with through college. We took the time once a month to drive the hour and a half to see him, take him out to lunch, shopping, and just spend time with him from the time he started college in Eau Claire. We often picked him up or drove him back after weekend or holiday visits. These were some of our most cherished times with him. Her selfish act has robbed our entire family of any possibilities of seeing him reach his dream of becoming a professor, of spending another birthday, weekend, lunch, or holiday with him, ever see him get married or have children of his own. These were all robbed from us. His loss has been the worst nightmare of our lives. We have suffered great mental anguish, unbearable grief, and loss. We have not been able to have a joyful holiday in 2 years. Robbed each year from joy and only knowing sorrow of the one who will never be with us again. This has also greatly affected his parents and younger siblings. Due to a hearing we attended, my husband Marv had a heart attack and spent 20 days between 3 hospitals last December. The health toll on us can't be measured. Knowing that she intentionally killed him for selfish reasons, stabbed him 16 times, watching the blood and life drain from his body, is a picture that I live with every day. Watching her reactions at the hearing and trial, knowing that she didn't even show an ounce of concern, remorse, or sadness for his loss, was something I believe shows her true character. As a Christian, I know that God has forgiven me much in my life, so I must also forgive her. However, I do know that God expects accountability for our sins and actions. I then feel it is only right that she does suffer the consequences of this brutal, selfish murder by spending many, many years in prison and get mental help. I feel if given the opportunity, she definitely will kill again. And my prayer is that she will never be able to harm another person like she did Alex, or put another family through what we have been through.
All right, thank you.
And I believe the next will be Scott or Amy Clark, the uncle and aunt to Alex.
You can come right up here and right to the witness stand. All right, because it is sentencing, I don't think it's necessary to place a person under oath, but just thought that would be a good location to make a statement from. You may be seated if you wish. You can stand if you'd like as well.
I'd like to.
Okay.
You took a life. You took away a son, a brother, a grandson, a nephew, a cousin, and a friend. Alex was loved by so many. He did not have 1 ounce of meanness or anger in him. He indeed was about giving and helping. He was funny. He was kind and respectful. He had such an intelligent and witty mind. He was such a kind and loving man that despite him knowing how unstable you were, he was still willing to give you compassion. He left with you that fateful day believing he was going to help you in some way, and instead you took his life. He definitely is not the monster you attempted to portray him as. Seeing and hearing how you brutally took his life will forever be etched in our minds. Although we try to replace that with fond memories of Alex, there will be a lifetime of emptiness for our family, and especially for Alex's parents, Kim and John, and his younger siblings who looked up to him. What more heartbreaking than the loss of your child? Your world is turned upside down, and a piece of your heart will be missing forever. Alex touched so many people's lives in the 24 years he was with us, and now we have been robbed of seeing what his potential could have been. He had great potential of touching many more people's lives. As we would hear it argued in court by this defense team, that Alex could have been up walking and talking for up to 30 minutes with his injuries. We heard that as Alex could have suffered for up to 30 minutes. And what more awful to imagine is your child or family member suffering for any period of time. You caused pain and suffering to Alex, and you have caused pain and suffering to our family. You were never the victim, and there will be no forgiveness from us for what you have done. This is our last chance to advocate for Alex and the precious life that you took. We know this won't bring him back. Having seen how Alex's life was brutally taken by you, we want the harshest sentence of life in prison. Going through this process, it has felt as though we have had to go through losing him again. You took a life, and we can only hope the rest of your life is misery as the rest of our life will be misery, missing Alex and wondering where Alex's life would have taken him.
Thank you.
Your Honor, next is Dale and Krista Hall, aunt and uncle of Alex.
Okay, and when you start, can we just get a spelling of your name, how
Sure.
Krista is spelled?
Krista, last name Hall, Hall.
Thank you.
Sister to Kim Woodworth and Alex's favorite aunt. That's been an ongoing joke amongst the aunts with all of our nieces and nephews from the time they were little enough to bribe with candy. There's a quote that I read not long after Alex's death, and although I don't recall the author, I wanted to share it today because of its simplicity, which rings true in regards to grieving. Mourning is one of the deepest expressions of pure love. As we continue to mourn for Alex and will continue to honor his life by sharing the memories he left us with over the years. We've all mourned for a loved one in our lives and experienced the heart-aching depth of despair that creates. Even if you didn't know Alex, human nature is to be respectful of the family and show some empathy or compassion. Going into the trial, we weren't sure what to expect, but I knew although it might be awkward, I certainly wouldn't have any hard feelings against Ezra's family. And I thought surely they might feel the same about us, right? There were no words, no idea what to expect. When my sister Kim said good morning to one of the family's members of EZRA as we entered the courtroom one of the first mornings, there was no reply. No eye contact, nothing. I was appalled and angry. My sister lost her son. For those of you that didn't know Alex, to put it simply, he was incredibly smart and witty. We all looked forward to seeing him during the holidays, noticing the changes that take place from a high school graduate who goes off to college, watching him develop into the young man that he was, finding his place in the world, pursuing his interests. Conversation with Alex was never boring or dull. Until this trial, I don't think any of us really understood what an incredible writer he had already become. The brief excerpts that we heard in court were only a fraction of what he was trying to say, and yet it was plain to see that his gift for philosophical studies and theories was apparent. He was a thinker, analyzing, studying, and questioning every aspect of life and love, and submersing himself into philosophical theories of other writers. Anything that gave him inspiration to write. He would have been an incredible philosophical professor, and he had the ambition to pursue his education and earn a doctorate. There's so much to life that he had yet to experience. A lifetime of wonder, exploration, love, friendships, and memories, and you, Ezra, took that away from him. selfishly. Sadly, he'll never experience what it means to truly love and be loved by another. But perhaps if there's any comfort in knowing, even if for a brief period of time, he thought he was in love and happy with you. It's been 1 year, 10 months, and 16 days. And Ezra, while we continue to mourn Alex's passing, it's hard not to notice that throughout the trial, we never saw any sign of sadness, shame, compassion, or the slightest bit of remorse in what you had done. You're so caught up in your own lives and behavior, consistently taking advantage of those around you. You took somebody's life. It was never a situation of self-defense. Maybe for Alex as he struggled trying to save his own and get away, but never for you. In the years to come, you're going to have ample time to yourself. Rather than continuously thinking about how you've been wronged or what society owes you, I ask that you start reflecting upon your actions. Stop thinking about yourself as the victim. As we've learned throughout the trial, it seems to be an ongoing excuse for all of your poor decisions, lack of accountability, and actions in life. Everyone you see in this courtroom today has suffered some type of traumatic event or been victimized in some way. Life is hard. If you are lucky enough to experience freedom again someday, do something good. Get a job, be responsible, take ownership of your life, and contribute to society in a positive way. And if you're lucky enough to find someone who will look past your faults and accept you for what you've done and the person that you are, just as Alex had done, treat them well, love unconditionally, and expect nothing in return. Beyond the violent wounds that you inflicted on his body, the pictures of which were horrific, lest we forget the unseen emotional wounds that you've created as well. You disregarded his friendship and compassion. He was there for you when you needed a friend, when you needed a place to stay, when you needed comfort and a soft place to fall. He was there for you. You knew he accepted your past and accepted as you were when you were together. Remember the quote, "Come as you are, flaws and all." You made him believe that you actually loved and cared for him because it was convenient for you at the time. When that was no longer the case, and he was more of an obstacle in your grandiose scheme and plan, you discarded his feelings and ultimately his life. Your actions have pierced the heart and soul of those who loved him. Our family, our community filled with neighbors, former teachers, classmates, coworkers, and so many friends he's made over the years. Those wounds will never heal. Ezra, you cannot fathom and will likely never know the love that a mother has for her child. For that itself is truly a blessing, and I hope you never have the opportunity to experience it, because I don't think you're capable of truly loving another person and nurturing another human. My sister Kim has not only lost a child, but had to endure the trauma of knowing how he died, and then endure a public trial. And then listening to you, Ezra, and the defense team create a fictional story of what happened, painting Alex as a demonic person. It's incomprehensible. I can only imagine the agonizing heartache that tears through her every day and night. As a mother myself, I can't pretend to understand. But my heart aches and my tears flow, not only for Alex, but for my sister. Behind her smile and her kind, gentle demeanor is heartache and agony. She's stronger than anyone I've ever known, putting everyone else's needs before hers. Her faith runs deep. She exudes patience, love, and acceptance to everyone she meets, just as Alex did for you.
My name is Dale Hall. I am an uncle-in-law to Alexander Woodworth. I want to apologize up front, as I've been a part of the system in law enforcement for 25 years. I don't want to remember dates, bad things that had happened, because the dates are what come back to haunt us in law enforcement. So I'll give estimates on dates in my statement. In late March of 2018, I was asked by my family to see if I could get information because Alex was missing. When I got a hold of the investigator that day, I was advised that Alex wasn't missing, and that Alex was at the medical examiner's office. Being in law enforcement for as long as I was, I knew why he was at a medical examiner's office, because I knew he was dead. And then offered to do death notification for the family, because this family, the family that Alex was part of, the family that I had been part of for 22 plus years at that time, family is their top priority. And then went and spoke with Kim, Alex's mom. At that time, I destroyed her by giving her the worst information that a mother could get. And then called John, as he's away on business. And then I destroyed him by giving him the worst information that a father could get. After speaking with John, I then went to my mother and father-in-law's house, Alex's grandma and grandpa, and I destroyed their lives as well, giving them the worst information that anybody could have. I had given a lot of death notifications in my 25-year career. And I will say that this has been the most difficult because this destroyed me as well. Over the next several months, I sat idle, which also destroyed me. But that hurt was nothing compared to the pain of the family not being able to lay Alex to rest. As this system, the system that I've been a part of for so many years, jockeyed with Alex's body, labeling him as evidence, keeping him from his family, was beyond any part of reasonable, objectively reasonable, or even humane. Around 4 months after Alex was murdered, we finally got to lay him to rest. Just 2 months after Alex was found murdered, there was a request that the defense be allowed 60 more days to hold on to his body so they could work and do their work with the information given by the state. That's my request for the honor. 60 years. 1 year for every day that Alex was withheld from us, laying there, and with us not being able to touch him. As I looked at the photographs of the injuries that you had suffered, EZRA, I agree that like is like. And what I mean by that is, the marks that you admitted to doing yourself were exactly like the marks that you accused Alex of doing. If you believe that like is like the jury must have, then you can honestly say that the knife was never in Alex's hand. Now that I believe that the knife was never in Alex's hand, why do I believe that? Because of character. We all know people and people's character. I could tell you and tell everybody in this courtroom that Alexander Woodworth never raised a knife to you to hurt you in any way. There was no self-defense. He just didn't have it in his character to hurt anyone. So, if the knife was never in his hand, then EZRA attacked and destroyed one of the most caring people in this world. She took away one of the most beautiful minds that I've ever known. People lose friends, family, cousins, uncles. every day, but to lose a child should never happen. To bury our baby, Kim's baby, is not the way that life goes. We watched for 15 days in this trial where Elvis's family was able to speak, hug, and touch her, and we had to sit watch, knowing that we'd never get to touch Alex again until we are not bound to this earth. Watching that was very painful. I ask they give the victims us the same benefit. We'll never have to sit and watch EZRA laugh, touch, hold her family again until we are unbound by this earth and get to be with Alex. I hope that she stays in prison for as long as we all live, the friends, the cousins, mother and dad. I've always preached that the system has two prongs. First prong, to rehabilitate, to give offenders the tools that to be productive members of society. Second prong, to protect society from offenders that can't be rehabilitated. EZRA shows no remorse for what she's done. There is no AA group or prison program that will be able to give her any caring for human life. I ask the judge to please protect society. Protect future victims from suffering the way that Alexander Woodworth did on that cold March day, where he was driven to an isolated area, attacked and murdered, alone and afraid.
Thank you, sir.
Your Honor, I've been provided with a written statement this morning from Samantha Cobbs that she would like read. Her last name is spelled K-O-B-S. Honorable Judge James Peterson, my name is Samantha Cobbs. I write to you in an attempt to summarize the impact that the loss of my dear friend Alex has had on me and others over the past 23 months. How does one begin to explain what it feels like to lose somebody so suddenly and so senselessly? I can only hope that this letter sheds an ounce of light on the turmoil that I have had in my heart. To my knowledge, I was one of the first, if not the first, friend to find out that Alex had been killed. I did not find out until I picked up my phone and called his parents on Sunday morning, March 25th. I was calling to tell them that his friends were about to hang up missing person posters and that we were sending our love and support. You can imagine my shock and horror as his father stayed silent on the other line, then interrupted me to tell me that Alex was already found, dead and deserted. I will never forget the words that he used or the pain in his trembling voice. To say that I felt stupid would be an understatement. Not only because I felt I was invading their privacy as they mourned, but because up until that moment, I had been ignorantly optimistic. I consider myself a very strong person, but March and April of 2018, I was not strong. I slept with my lights on for weeks. Bedroom lights, kitchen lights. I would even prop a chair against my bedroom door before I fell asleep. I was afraid to start my car in the mornings before work. I was afraid to be alone in my own home. If my roommate was gone for a night or weekend, I would stay with friends to feel less anxious. Perhaps it was because I knew the defendant knew where I lived, and I didn't know whether they would meet bail. I may have been thinking a bit irrationally, but this was my reality for a very long time. And to be quite frank, nothing in this case seemed rational. I moved out of my apartment at the end of May 2018, which was about when Alex should have been moving in. I couldn't bring myself to stay there, to try to find somebody to take over his part of the lease. It felt wrong, and I felt unsafe. Imagine how anxious I felt having to call my landlord and explain that the kind young man she'd met just a few weeks prior was now a homicide victim. Imagine how I felt when I asked to break my lease, to move out of a beautiful apartment that I loved, because I didn't have the emotional strength or energy to try to find somebody else to replace him. I spoke at Alex's funeral, his initial funeral, where his family was unable to bury him because of ongoing autopsies. The church was packed, and so many people had stories to share. I was there when his bedroom was cleaned out and his belongings were being removed from his favorite city, a city he truly belonged to. I was there when his remains were finally buried just outside his hometown many months after he was killed. I watched his mother scream in agony as she collapsed over his urn on that beautiful summer day. Last fall, I was there in the courtroom to testify in front of the jury and the cameras. My face was plastered all over the internet and local news stations. I was attacked in the comments of social media posts. In promotional videos from Court TV, my face was the first face shown, second only to that of the defendant. Imagine how uncomfortable every time one of my students walked up to me and said, "Hey, Ms. Cobbs, I saw you on TV last night." Or even worse, when complete strangers said the same exact thing. Alex's murder has impacted me beyond measure, and I am only one of the many friends and family members to have experienced these traumas since March 2018. Alex was such a beautiful soul. Again and again, stories have been told of his intellect, compassion, and curiosity. If he were still here, I have no doubt he would be working towards receiving his PhD in philosophy as a McNair scholar. And knowing Alex, probably getting an additional PhD in something completely different just because he could. He was the smartest and most humble person I knew, and I continue to feel his absence as my life moves away from these difficult times. I was there in the courtroom as the jury announced that it had found the defendant guilty, beyond a reasonable doubt, of first-degree intentional homicide that day late in October. For many of Alex's family members and friends, we simply desire a sense of closure. We trust in our judicial system to appropriately penalize those who are found guilty of crimes, and we trust that the sentences for such crimes are fair and just. I ask that you consider the inconsistencies of the defendant's stories, the lack of remorse, and the continued denial of wrongdoing, in addition to the unanimous guilty verdict when deciding on the sentence for the defendant, EZRA J. McCandless. Sincerely, Samantha Cobbs. I believe the next statement will be from Allison Kxle.
What's the last name?
Kxle,
Allison?
K-E-X-E-L.
All right, thank you.
Ezra, I looked forward to this because I've been angry and I thought that I would know what to say to you today. But the truth is, I don't. I don't think there's any string of words that can express how deeply you've hurt all of us. There's no statement powerful enough to move you. You've shown no shame, no guilt, or remorse for the crime that you've committed. You severed a single thread in my life, and I watched so many others completely unfold. The morning I found out that you...
Judge, I don't want to be rude to Ms. Kxle or anybody, but...
Everybody else got to read their statements?
Hold on a second.
I think that it would be appropriate. I'm not saying that she shouldn't read her statement.
I'm not trying to say that. I did just ask that she address the court. because I think
This is
court is.
personal.
Well, I think it's appropriate for you to address the court. You can, you can state what it is you want to say, but I think we just address the court. I think that we'll just leave it at that.
The morning we found out Alex was dead, I knew it was the defendant. I don't know how. I just knew. I sat in a living room full of our old friends, my friends, and cried. For months we held one another, sobbing, struggling, trying to understand the sweetest man that we all loved. He was soft and gentle. He never once made me feel bad. He was receptive to my feelings, understanding, kind, compassionate. And I'm not only heartbroken, but I'm full of rage. I'm sad that so many times Alex told me about his siblings who he loved so much, and to see them at his funeral, was something that I can't grasp. Being the youngest of my family, my brothers pretty much raised me, and that is a pain that I just can't fathom. Alex will never get to go to grad school. He's never going to be a professor to share his passions and his ideas with like-minded individuals. He'll never be loved to live a full life. He'll never grow old because you took that away from him. You took away from so many of us someone that we loved. And as your friend, defendant of the defendant, you will never get to experience a full life either. You are so talented, and I would have loved to see you flourish and to create great art, but selling it for an appeal will be your highlight as an artist. I'm angry. I've spent so many days trying to get by, so many nights screaming and sobbing, and being held in return by our old friends, and watching them break over and over. You will never know the extent of the irreparable damage you've caused. Not only to all of those that I love and to Alex's family and to all of those that Alex knew, but to sexual assault victims as well. Your numerous and ongoing lies have and continue to discredit those who have suffered, and as a woman and a victim myself, I am disappointed. I don't believe in locking people up like animals or fighting violence with violence. I think prison is just slavery disguised. However, your crime was so heinous, so shameful, and so disgusting that I do believe you should serve a life sentence without parole. I hope in time that you grow enough to at least admit for the first time to tell the truth, just what you've done to all of us in this room and outside of this room and as a community.
Thank you.
Next, I'm going to read a impact statement by Sarah Lowe, L-O-W-E. I know this is cliche, but this is what immediately came to mind when I started reflecting on what to say today. Why do bad things happen to good people? Because Alex was genuinely a good person. Good people are people who help unconditionally, respect unconditionally, and love unconditionally. Alex was a good person. Here are some ways that Alex demonstrated these qualities in my life. One way that Alex helped me unconditionally was when I was studying for the GRE. He took the time to come help me almost every day of the week for multiple weeks. I wasn't even paying him. That's a lot to do for someone. Alex didn't think it was that big of a thing to do. Also, Alex showed unconditional respect for me, for my brain, for my dreams, for my beliefs, for my potential, and for myself. When I first met him, we went on a few dates and started seeing each other. When we had our first kiss, he first asked if it was okay to kiss me. Who does that these days? Eventually, I decided that I wasn't in a place to date right then and asked if we could be friends. He was fine with that, and we even ended up being housemates. When I got the results of my GRE test, I hadn't done well. I felt ashamed and felt like a failure. Alex was the first person I thought of because his love was unconditional. I knew he wouldn't judge me. He just held me while I cried and told me that he loved me, which meant a lot. We had multiple conversations about what we believed. With my background in psychology, I believe that people need to love themselves first before they can really love other people. Alex had a different way of thinking, which might not always have been the healthiest for him, but it's what he believed. He said, quote, "As long as I make other people happy, that makes me happiest. As long as I share with other people, that's what makes me content." This philosophy was one that he believed, but also followed, as he often knew I was having a tough day and as a result would give me hugs and say, "I love you." When you lose someone like Alex, when the world loses someone like Alex, it makes a huge difference. This is how losing Alex impacts me. I've had depression, sudden bouts of crying, insomnia, and recurring nightmares. It's affected my work, my relationships, and my overall quality of life. Losing Alex also has effects for the future. That's in the what ifs and the absence of a future. For example, all the times that I can't call him, can't talk to him. Oftentimes, he's the one person that I want to talk to, and it's hard to know I can't. To know that I'll never talk to him again. Then there's the impact that he would have had on other people. Alex planned to be a philosophy professor. He had a great influence on my life through our academic discussions. And that's an impact that he will never have on me going forward, nor on all of the students and colleagues he could have benefited from having him in their lives. Alex was a good person, and he made me a better person. This is the impact that Alex's death has had on me, and I miss him every day. Alex was a forgiving person. I believe that he would want you to be lenient in sentencing, because that's who he was. I too am usually forgiving people a second chance. But when a person makes the decision to stab someone 16 times and leave them suffering to die, I don't think they deserve a second chance. For this reason, I recommend that Ezra receive the maximum penalty.
Thank you.
The next statement will be from Cort Fox.
I remember when I first met Alex. It was in class. He was just this young kid that was brilliant, shocked everyone in the class with his insight, his ability to speak, his ability to understand the concepts. But I didn't know him. I didn't even know his name. And I had another friend who was also in philosophy, but we didn't share the same courses. And this other friend and I would get together and we would talk about, he also had this young kid that was just so freaking impressive. And a short while later we figured out that we were talking about the same incredibly impressive kid. And so we're like, we have to know this guy. So we finagled our way into a reading group with him that he was setting up on his own, just to do more philosophy outside of class. Unfortunately for him, but fortunately for Nick and I, we were the only ones that showed up. But for, I think, all of 2 sessions, we actually did do the reading and do the discussion, but just those short moments with him inside of a coffee cafe, I knew I wanted to be this man's friend, because his kindness, his empathy, his humor, his ungodly intellect just radiated out from him. And becoming his friend was the easiest thing, because he so loved people. He just, as people have spoken, his joy came from other people. His most enjoyable moments in life were just interacting with people, and when you did, his face lit up, and all of that incredible intellect and mind was trained right on you. He was so engaged and interested, it could almost be daunting to have such an intellect fully focused on you, but it was out of genuine kindness and interest. And to say that he was my best friend is almost limiting what he was to me. It probably speaks poorly of me, but after his death I have cast about my friends and found them all wanting. No one has been able to understand me, show the amount of concern. Not to say that my other friends and family don't, but he was unique in his ability to just show it and to put in the work, and it wasn't work for him. And that he would have gone on to great things in philosophy and education is undeniable. He did organize and contribute to a lot of extracurricular reading groups and other study groups, and his ability to speak to people, to use his brilliant mind, but still tone it down to explain. He would have been one of the best professors, but when he was in his element, speaking for himself, articulating his own thoughts, he was brilliant. And that's gone. But I don't want to naysay the other peoples up that have been up here, but I am absolutely certain that Alex would have asked for some sort of leniency, because he did fully believe that every human being is possessed with infinite potential, and to squander that potential is perhaps the greatest sin. But I'm not as kind of man as Alex was, but I still have to agree with him. I would like to see EZRA released from prison at some point in her life, I care not when. Not for a chance of forgiveness or to, find some sort of salvation, but because after decades in prison, she will find inevitably some sort of normalcy, some sort of stability. It will become her life, and she will, if not be happy with it, be acquainted with it. I would like to ruin that for her again and cast her out into the wider world. I would like to see her struggle for friends, employment, housing, knowing that the pall of her actions lay over her. I want her to agonize with each new person that she meets. Is she upfront about what she's done, or does she hide it and have to live with the anxiety of, oh my God, what if they find out? I want more chaos in her life after she's found normalcy. Actions have consequences, and to simply lock her away for the rest of her life will bar her from the full complement of consequences that she could suffer for this. And I would like to see that. I don't care when, but personally, that is what I would like. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Your Honor, the next statement, which I will be reading, is from Sarah Woodworth, the sister of Alex. Your Honor, and all those present, hello. You haven't seen my face during the trial, but I have watched it closely. I'm Alex Woodworth's little sister, but this year I will be older than he was. Something I told him I would do as a little girl, but not something I ever wanted to experience when I realized how that was possible. I'll be 24 this coming May, and he should have been 26. Maybe finishing his doctorate, seeing me as I talk about our futures. Maybe I would have had the guts to tell him I love him, even if we fell away the last 2 years of his life. But I'll never know if I would, because he's gone. He's gone, and I'll never get to tell him I love him ever again. I've put off writing this letter because it feels like a goodbye. I don't want a goodbye, but I know if I don't do this, I'll regret it for the rest of the life I'll spend without him. I could never tell him how I felt because he thought it'd be stupid. Instead, he'd want to talk about me going back to school and ask me about my opinions on humanity. And I'd know, in between the lines of philosophy, he was telling me he loved me. And I'd do my best to tell him, I love you too. Because we were best friends growing up, being only 2 years apart. We started our life together with me being born. And as I lay fresh and still gross on our mother's chest, he managed to get his big toddler head stuck in a rocking chair. I'm often told how I would listen to him for hours as a baby. He'd tuck me into my crib and lay next to me while I fell asleep, kissing my head gently. And when I was in a walker, he'd slowly pat my head while watching TV whenever I stopped by him. He'd tell me stories, and when I was old enough to understand, I took them as gospel. There was, in fact, a volcano under our large black recliner. I cried for hours, scared it'd erupt. He'd tell me about the fish in the ocean. I'd ask, is that really true? And he'd simply say yes. And that was that. When we were a bit older and going to school, I cut my hair short so I could join the boys' club and play with him more in our neighborhood. He taught me how to build forts and do kicks and punches, and we'd race across mud puddles together and get in trouble together. And it was the best child I could have. When I learned I didn't know how to read or do math well, he spent hours helping me, printing off worksheets during the summer, playing me his favorite songs, replaying the ones I liked, and grading my papers so I could catch up with my class. I never got better at math, but thanks to him, I got the highest score on the English portion of the ACT. He was so proud. I hope he remembered it was all because of him. He went to college, and so did I, and we didn't talk much. I got married, he got a degree. And after a year, we realized we hadn't seen each other. That Easter of 2018, I was supposed to go home to catch up. My mom told me he was looking forward to it. But that Easter was an empty seat and an empty grave the day before. I've been dreaming about him since. And whenever I wake up, it feels like the grief is new. Because for a second he's alive. And like a cruel joke, he's taken away from us again. I woke up to my mom's shattered voice that Saturday. They found Alex. He's dead. I couldn't move. It was a scene from a sad movie. It wasn't real. I said, okay, and hung up. And immediately felt my body heave as the reality sank in. I was married then. I got a divorce soon after. I felt like my life crumbled apart, and I was doing everything I could to make a new one that he couldn't have. The constant pressure of needing to have a life he'd want on my shoulders. To this day, it's hard to know if what I'm doing is what I want or if it's me trying to live out his dreams. I don't know what to write besides that. I know my words won't make the one who took him regret it. And I don't think that's what I want. I think what I want, more than anything, is for everyone who doubts this verdict to know that he'd never hurt a fly. I have complex PTSD from sexual abuse and abuse from previous romantic partners. And though I can understand how a flashback feels, I couldn't imagine using it in court. If I hurt my current partner because of my disorder, I'd want to be put away for life. If I took him away from his siblings and families, I'd have deserved time. Because regardless of my hatred and fear for my abusers, they have loved ones. They have people who would feel this anguish, even if they knew they were bad. No one should feel this way. A mother shouldn't outlive her son. And a younger sibling should never avoid the calendar, thinking about the birthdays that will come that should be celebrated differently. And through it all, I should have never felt this unwavering weight of feeling like it should have been me. If I could, I would choose me every time. Why would anyone be okay with knowing that's what we all have to live with the rest of our lives? Why do we have to live with the image of hundreds of people we didn't know drive hours to his funeral? Why do I have to live looking through his Facebook page just to feel close to him again? I want to leave you with this because I feel it sums up everything while helping me end this without rambling. The night before I wrote this, I had a dream about him again. But in this dream, I was supposed to go somewhere. I had an appointment. It was important. But he showed up right before I left. And he said he only had that day to see me. the dream, I told him, sorry, I have to see someone. I have to go. His eyes watered and he looked away, trying not to cry. I don't think I ever remember seeing him cry. I understand, but this is the last time we'll ever be able to talk. And I knew he was right. If I left, it'd be goodbye for good. So I said I'd stay. And we looked at each other with peace. He let a few tears escape, smiled, and then I woke up. And this time, I knew he was gone. That lingering feeling of him wasn't there. And I can't help but cry writing this, knowing we'll never have that in real life. I won't be able to say, I'll stay a while so we can catch up. Because Alex Woodworth was slaughtered. And the only time I'll ever be able to see him ever again is in my dreams. And when I wake, I'll be able to think as it should have been me. Thank you for your time. I hope this made more sense than his death. And I hope no one here has to experience my words in their own life. And to his murderer, you've not seen me, but I have seen you. And with even all my grief and rage, I mean it when I say, I want no one to feel how I do, not even you. And that should speak more loudly than anything else I've said about how deeply this pain goes. Sarah Woodworth.
Thank you.
I believe the last statement will be from Marv Woodworth, Alex's grandfather.
Thank you for this time. I'm going to start by changing just a bit on especially the PSI, because the time has passed since I said, the least amount. And every day I wake up without Alex is a day that I start every day talking to him. I end every day talking to him. And since that time, I realize that he'll never come back. The hurt is always there, but I thought it'd get better, and maybe it will. So I'll just read my letter now. Today is not Ezra's day. 3 months ago, she had her day, in fact, 3 weeks. She was convicted of first-degree intentional murder. She killed my grandson, and at this point, I don't understand why, only how. Not even the timeline of the event itself. Was Alex tortured before he died? It is certainly possible, as 3 hours of unexplained time is given. Maybe it's less, but it's a bunch of time. We do not know the fear and the pain the terror that he felt as he was dying. And looking at those pictures, I can only imagine at times, and that picture, they come back so readily. How he got himself from the ground to the back seat of the car, we certainly don't know the pain he felt as he was being stabbed or his blood was being poured out of his body. We just know that he was alive at noon and gone at 4. I do not believe she deserves mercy from the court due to her age or sex, as Alex died a terrible death. Look at the pictures, blood up and down the front and the back of his jeans, yet not in the car, stabbed in the stomach and the groin. I call that torture. This I do know. We'll never see Alex again, never see his smile, never hear his weird humor, or see the hope that he had and shared with so many others. We will never know where life was leading him. He's gone, and so is a good part of our lives as well. A hole that can never be filled, an action taken by her without reason or remorse. There's not enough years left any place to replace or to pay the price of Alex's death. And thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Your Honor, that concludes the state's victim impact statements. I would just ask that if the defense has any character witnesses, that they would go first before the attorneys make their arguments.
All right, any objection to proceeding that way, Ms. Bishni?
Judge, we're going to have our witnesses speak when it's our turn for the sentencing presentation, not before the state. The state's not entitled to listen to them in advance. I'd like to proceed the way every other sentencing in my 39 years as a lawyer has gone.
All right, then Ms.
But I
Nolan.
will have them speak before I make my remarks.
All right. Well, then that is, I guess, normally the way we do things, that you present your witnesses and make your arguments, and then defense has their opportunity. So why don't you go ahead then with your arguments? Recommendations.
Your Honor, as a prosecutor, you don't get to choose the facts of your case. You don't get to choose your victim. And in a homicide case, the defense is frequently blame the victim. And that was no exception in this case. And as the victim impact statements reveal, Alex wasn't your typical 24-year-old student. In preparation for trial, we met with friend after friend from the Racy's crowd. And all of them described Alex in a similar way. Kind, considerate, intelligent, and always striving to learn more and understand different schools of thought. A friend who would happily put down his own writings and spend hours to help another friend learn their homework. A friend who would drink cups and cups of coffee to listen to someone who needed to talk. We ended each one of our witness preparation meetings with one question. Was Alex the type of person who was more concerned with himself or more concerned with others? And every single response was a resounding, more concerned with others. Without a doubt, Alex was only 24 years old and was going places. He was pursuing his dreams to become a professor. Some of his writings were getting published, and no doubt he was going to make this world a better place. Pursuant to the Wisconsin Supreme Court decision in Gallion, the court's to identify and rank its objectives in sentencing. In this case, the state ranks the sentencing objectives in the following order. First, and most importantly, protection of the public. Second, punishment. Third, deterrence to others. And fourth, rehabilitation of the defendant. These rankings derive from the facts of this case because the defendant engaged in a brutal and heinous attack on a young man and then left him there to die. When the court considers the seriousness of the offense, there is nothing more serious than the loss of an innocent life. In fact, the court is required to impose a life sentence for the defendant. The only issue is whether the defendant should be given the opportunity for parole. And given the very violent and heinous nature of Alex's murder, the state strongly argues that such an opportunity would be wholly inappropriate in this case. When the court considers the seriousness of the offense, it needs to remember that the defendant deliberately took a knife from her father's home and lured Alex to a remote location to brutally murder him. She violently and brutally stabbed him through the scalp, through the bone into the brain, sliced his neck 3 times, pierced his lungs, stabbed him in the genitals. She stabbed him not once, not twice, but 16 times. The remote location she lured him to, Alex's screams and cries would be heard by no one. And there's no indication that Alex ever even fought back. These were 16 deliberate and separate choices to stab and kill Alex, and so clearly this murder was extremely violent and brutal. When the court considers the character of the defendant, it needs to consider the defendant's actions after she murdered Alex. She staged the crime scene. She didn't run for help. She didn't call for help. She didn't try to stop the bleeding as Alex lay motionless. What did she do? She cut herself, planted blood around the crime scene where Alex lay dead or dying. She then had the apparent presence of mind to carve boy into her arm. She found Alex's phone. She didn't call for help. She didn't give Alex's phone to Don Sipple. No, she broke the phone, removed the battery, threw it in the ditch so no one could find Alex. She continued her performance and her calculated plan to try to be the victim, to throw law enforcement off of what really happened. She never mentioned Alex lay lifeless down that road. Nope, she asked for Jason Mengel. She tried to manipulate every person she came in contact with after March 22nd, 2018 with her Victim Act. Throughout the trial, the defense tried in vain to utilize smoke and mirrors to hide the actions of the defendant. And the defendant's sentencing memorandum is round two of that attempt to try to distract from the heinous and brutal actions of their client. The defense tries to humanize the defendant by filing photographs of the defendant playing with her siblings and eating pizza. And to the extent the court wishes to rely on those photographs in its sentencing decision, I'd ask the court to remember the photographs up on that screen of Alex laying dead out the back of a car, the photographs of Alex at this autopsy, which depict the violent nature at which Alex lost his life at the hands of the defendant. The defendant's sentencing memorandum is yet another example of a defendant who refuses to accept responsibility and is attempting to retry this case, even though the jury has already found her guilty. Shortly before coming into sentencing, we located a GoFundMe page that I would like to provide the court. The defense has been provided with the same.
It was a GoFundMe page. It's a defunct GoFundMe page, just so its record is clear.
It's a what?
I'm sorry?
Defunct. It's defunct. It may show up on the internet as a GoFundMe page, however, it's defunct. It is not an active GoFundMe page.
Well, I certainly believe it's relevant as it provides the defendant's version of events or another version of events, given she did not provide a separate statement to the PSI writer. However, in her GoFundMe page, which is entitled Support an Artist,
Judge,
Ms. McCandless has been in the jail, and she doesn't have access to the internet, so somebody else wrote this. And therefore, I would ask that the court not consider it and the state be barred from reading it into the record. Because Ms. McCandless, although this appears to be written in the first person, we know, objectively speaking, she doesn't have any access to the internet and can't do this.
Well, it says right on the front of it that it was Rosie Gunelson is organizing this fundraiser, so.
Yes, Your Honor, but it's then signed Ezra McCandless.
It doesn't matter. It's physically impossible for her to have written this and posted it online, so I don't think it should be considered when looking at Ms. McCandless's character or the Gallian factors.
All right, well, I think the court is capable of sorting things out, so I don't know, what is it that you plan to do with this?
Well, Your Honor, I just think it's relevant as it's another version of the defendant's story and her continued refusal to take responsibility for her actions. So I think it's relevant when the court considers the character of the defendant, where she continues to paint herself as a victim in this GoFundMe page.
All right, well, I'm going to allow you to go ahead, Ms. Nodoff. I'll note the state's objection.
The defense objection.
I mean, the defense objection, yes.
Okay.
That's noted and preserved for the record. Thank you.
Thank you.
In this GoFundMe page, it's written, in the end, this case was not decided on facts, logic, or the law. It was decided on retribution, shock, emotion, and prejudice. She continues to paint herself as a victim, as that her sexuality, gender, and intelligence was attacked. It's written 15 days, attacked, re-traumatized, re-experiencing traumatic details. How dare you be a young woman with more than one sexual partner? How dare you be LGBTQ? How dare you have a choice when it comes to your body? She continues to write, I did not have to raise my hand to speak. I made a choice to speak, to tell the truth of what has happened to me. I have survived. And now she's facing a mandatory life sentence, and basically support her for her appeal. Again, painting herself as the victim, again, refusing to accept responsibility for what she did. The defendant sentencing, as we noted in our sentencing memorandum, the defendant described herself better than I ever could when she wrote her paper about Ted Bundy. The defense notes she wrote this when she was 16, but yet she shared this with Jason Mingle and highlighted certain portions less than 2 weeks before Alex's death. And even in text messages to Alex, she talks about her fascination with psychopaths. She writes, during an interview, Theodore Robert Bundy, also known as Ted Bundy, said, quote, I don't feel guilty for anything. I feel sorry for people who feel guilt. Ted Bundy was considered an animal.
Excuse me, Judge. At this point, honestly, I have to object to the reading of a high school academic paper about Ted Bundy and saying that that's Ezra McCandless's character because she was proud of and shared her writing. I wasn't going to interrupt the state, but I actually find this so outrageous at sentencing that I feel compelled to object. And I've never objected at a sentencing hearing in my life. But to, the state chose to file this with the court. I don't know if this is some kind of playing to television cameras or what's going on here exactly, but I think it's an outrage to talk about Ezra McCandless like she's Ted Bundy. She's guilty of a first-degree intentional homicide. The court's going to sentence her on that. But this is an attempt, a blatant attempt to elicit some kind of prejudice that's just beyond the pale here. So I would like my objection noted.
All right, well, it was submitted with the state sentencing memorandum, so I'm aware of it, and I'll note your objection, be preserved for the record. Court understands what it should consider and can consider at sentencing, and rules of evidence do not apply. And but this is the state's, their sentencing presentation, so note your objection, but Ms. Nodoff, you may continue.
In her paper about Ted Bundy, She writes, Ted Bundy was considered an animal, knew it, and felt no remorse about it. The defendant, numerous times in her writings on Instagram, in her art, in her letters from the jail, refers to herself as the fox, the tricky one. I'd also ask the court to remember one of the pretrial filings of the defendant's self-reflecting journal, where in that journal she's depicting herself in overalls with a fox face, where she told her friend Brianna Larson as she was drawing this journal that it was a self-depicting journal in which the defendant kills her demons with a box cutter knife. Knowing that shortly after, she intentionally killed Alex by stabbing him 16 times with a knife is terrifying. Also in her letter about Ted Bundy, she writes about the lack of guilt and the ability to distract others with grandiose self-presentation, making it hard to assess a self-report of a psychopath. That psychopaths are skilled at faking emotional expressions, that they are emotionally intelligent individuals despite the fact they are largely devoid of emotion, that they will use manipulation and the disregard for the right of others. It's important to see them as classic predators. We've heard this morning from the family the lack of guilt and remorse that they observed during the trial, as well as her actions after she killed Alex, which show the lack of remorse. Not only should the court consider her writings about Ted Bundy, her self-reflecting journal, the defendant is showing a complete and utter lack of remorse for what she has done and the loss of Alex's life. Her true feelings for Alex and the hate she had for him was depicted in her journal, too, that was edited the night before Alex's murder, where she describes, I never had a name in my contacts. I would look at them and not see beauty, but a red nose too big for a face, where eyes look dead, a brow jutting out of a large bulbous forehead, a smile that make me cringe, pores and veins stuck out on pasty translucent skin, all felt like bugs under my skin. This is a woman who has blamed everyone else for her actions. This is a defendant whose complete disregard for her actions are also well documented in her jail correspondence, which I have a few I would like to file with the court.
Judge, I'm going to object because the state did not tell us that they were going to do this in advance of the sentencing, and give us an opportunity to review these with EZRA McCandless. They gave us thousands of pages of writings by EZRA McCandless, and they wrote in their sentencing memo that she had talked about wanting to get a tattoo if she was acquitted, but I haven't had a chance to review these to ask what they mean. We're going to take a long break in the middle so I can go back in the jail and review this with EZRA McCandless. I'm somewhat shocked by the way the state has approached the sentencing presentation. So I guess I'm going to ask for a recess to do this. I don't know if these are relevant to sentencing or not because I don't know what the state has chosen to show. I did send the state an email several weeks ago asking to receive all victim witness impact statements and other matters that they wished to use for the court at sentencing in advance so I could review them with Ms. McCandless and not with EZRA McCandless and not disrupt the court at all during the presentation. The state did not respond to my email. I sent it to all three prosecutors. Yesterday, the state advised that they had only received that there were only going to be 4 people that addressed the court. Obviously, there are pre-typed letters that the state's had in its possession for quite a while, which is fine. And I feel for everybody who got up here and talked about the loss of Alex, and they certainly have a right to speak, but what the state is engaging in now is not appropriate. So I guess I want to ask for recess.
Your Honor, these were provided in discovery. There is no obligation for the state to let the defense know what exhibits or what we're going to be arguing during a sentencing. It's what is relevant, and these were provided
a long time ago, years ago, a year ago. I mean, so, there's certainly no reason for a recess. The state should be allowed to continue with its argument.
Well, and what would be the point of going over it with Ms. McCandless? I mean, really the question is, you know, did she author these letters or did she not? I mean, they have DOJ numbers that appear to have been part of a discovery that's provided to the defense. You want to take a few minutes here, and I guess if you have an issue as to whether she actually wrote them, but I'm not gonna have a recess right now. We'll probably have a recess before the defense presentation, but go ahead and look through them. And again, the rules of evidence do not apply at sentencing. If these are letters of Ms. McCandless, I think it's fair game for the state. So,
Judge, I just would like to call attention to the lack of professional courtesy that has existed here.
well, I think you've already done that.
Thank
So,
On DOJ, page number 3916, the defendant writes to her friend Sailor.
hold on, just I'm gonna give the defense just a moment. Take a look at them if there's a question as to whether
I'm sorry, what page number?
Ms. McCandless had authored these.
It's the first page.
I'm going page by page.
Okay, go ahead for this page. I'll read along one at a time.
All right.
Starting at the top, court date, I'm pretty sure will be the last one that'll be in this lovely orange. I'm more than happy about this. Middle of the page, I also really want to whiten my teeth. Also, when I come home, lots of dark coffee. It will be mocha time when I come home, all day you. I do know what tattoo I really like. I have lots of ideas what will be done. I'm an art book that breathes and can walk around. I have a goal that I will work on a tattoo degree. Next page, 3187. I wish I was home to smile at all of the love and support for you and my family. I really am so lucky to be blessed with the family I have. Most kids are just born into it. I was picked. So this must mean I'm just that much more special, right? I do wish that my summer was spent at home. I really hate to miss that garage sale season. Let's shoot for next year. I will be at your side, seeing things with you. I keep busy most of the time and try to keep my head up and mind sharp. Just think of it as my life is on pause. One thing that does change is my hair. It is so long and will only get longer. You can get haircuts in here, but I promised Jason I would not cut it. I really like the idea of long locks anyways. All my love, Ezra McCandless. DOJ, page 3395. Dad, I love you and pray for you. Something wish you the best in this life. In the middle of the page, I am always your little girl and love you and the things you've taught me. I value all the things I've learned over the years. I keep your words close to my heart. DOJ 3869. I will keep my head up and keep up on making goals. This is scary stuff at times, but I think I can do this. I know I can. I just can't wait until I go back into the real world and start my life up. I miss you and love you all so much. My life is not the same without my family. All my love, as McCandless. DOJ 3777. I'm mega super excited to do my hair in ombre this spring. Also, as a makeup artist, it's so strange for me to be very plain Jane. On the quote out, I have red lipstick on every day. So like this pic, I'm so going to rock this look in April. Whoop, can't wait. God, I might be a dork. DOJ 3671, addressed to Devin. It appears that there was in jail correspondence, numerous individuals in the jail who wrote Ms. McCandless, and she wrote back to them. Well, hello, Devin. Middle of 3671. A single cigarette could summon the strength of character to put a good face on this fucked up situation. My bike must miss me so much. Also, I have so much ink to put on my body. What's your spirit animal? Mine is the fox. And then there's a picture of my sass face. DOJ 3180, a letter to Jason. Near the end of the letter, what you will find in this envelope is my self-picture as a, quote, foxy little wife. Do you see what is around my neck? I really do miss you, love you all the same. I can't wait to get your letter sometime soon. Sorry if I'm strange and talk at you so much. Just know you still hold your spot in my chest. And then the next page, I can't sleep. No, really, Jason. So I'll make a list. The stuff that will happen when Ez comes home list. Number 1, nose, nips, left top of ear, all done. Number 2, get my hair color done by a pro, not a cut. Will look so good done right, not by me. Number 3, get my nails done. Number 4, get my ink done on my arm. Also a word on my chest below my collarbone in small print. Number 5, bike stuff, ride all over town. Number 6, coffee shop stuff, drink a mocha. Number 7, photo shoot. Number 8, kiss, hug, hold my, I think it might be Ellie. I love that kiddo. 9, swim, and 10, open and close a real door. Each and every one of these references were about me or I. Not once was there any sorrow or remorse for the loss of Alex's life. Additionally, several of these letters demonstrate the defendant's continued manipulation of the truth for her own self-benefit. As despite the defendant's sentencing memorandum, her letters clearly demonstrate a love and healthy relationship with her father, despite the fact that she's alleging that her lack of emotion is a result of her father's abuse. The defendant's actions throughout the trial demonstrate her complete lack of human decency and empathy. While Alex's family was forced to relive his violent death and see photographs of his lifeless, bloody body, the defendant was basking in the glow of all the attention she was receiving. And finally, when the court considers the defendant's character, plain and simple, this defendant is a liar. The jury saw through her lies and explicitly in their verdict did not believe a word she said. They found beyond a reasonable doubt that she lied, and if they believed any part of her version of what happened, they wouldn't have found her guilty of first-degree intentional homicide. She tried to conceal Alex's body. She tried to conceal his phone. She tried to conceal the murder weapon. She tried to conceal the truth. And in each one of these attempts, she failed. The third factor for the court to consider is the rehabilitation of the defendant. You need to ask yourself, how can any system or programming fix a cold-blooded killer? But not only is she a cold-blooded killer, she refuses to acknowledge her guilt in this matter. How do you rehabilitate someone who doesn't think they did anything wrong and doesn't show any remorse? The defendant alleges she has been trained not to cry, but as the evidence has shown, she cries when it's beneficial to her, when she cried at Don Sipple's house. The defense spends substantial amounts of time in their memorandum discussing brain development and cites 2 juvenile cases on brain development, not adult cases. But left entirely out of this analysis is that the defendant is convicted of knowingly and intentionally murdering Alexander Woodworth. She planned the crime. She brought the knife. She picked the location. She committed the crime. She attempted to stage a crime scene. She attempted to conceal the body, conceal the knife, conceal his phone. These actions alone demonstrate the defendant's complete rational, systematic thought process. This wasn't a reactive juvenile act. This was a detailed plan that she continued for days after the murder, throughout the trial and to this day. At the end of the day, the seriousness of the offense, the need to protect the public far outweigh her rehabilitative needs. The fourth factor for the court to consider is the protection of the public. And lengthy incarceration in this case is necessary to send a direct message to both the defendant and the members of this community that there is a zero tolerance for this behavior. That if you intentionally take the life of another, you will lose your freedom for the rest of your life. This was an utterly senseless homicide, which makes this case so disturbing. How does another human being do this to another person? Stab them 16 times and leave them in the middle of nowhere in the cold to try to cover up what they did. There's such a lack of human decency, such a lack of remorse. And without remorse and accountability, there's no hope for rehabilitation. The violent nature of this crime, combined with the defendant luring the victim to his death, the cover-up, the lies, demonstrate that she's a direct and substantial threat to any member of this public, and that the community and Dunn County at large need to be protected from EZRA McCandless. Now, I understand that our justice system is moving towards uniformity, but a computer chart system containing the defendant's risk levels based on her own self-serving statements cannot be the way we determine how severe a crime is and when a person should be eligible for parole. There are some cases that you can't look at a risk level and a compass assessment to tell you how much time a person should spend in prison. And given the facts in this case, this is one of those cases. This jury sent a message when it delivered its verdict that our justice system is not broken, that you can't lie your way out of your actions, that a community needs to be protected from the defendant. It needs to know that there are consequences for your actions, and in this case, the consequence must be life without parole. The pre-sentence investigation report is recommending 50 years eligibility for parole. And although the state understands the reasoning utilized by the writer, it does not agree that a 50-year prison sentence is sufficient in this instance due to the extremely brutal nature of the crime and the need to protect the public. This is one of those cases where our justice system caught the defendant before she did this to more than one person. We cannot allow her to do this to another family. The defense has also argued in its memorandum that the family has forgiven the defendant, and that should play a factor in Your Honor's sentencing today. And while I've gotten to know the Woodworth family, and they are certainly very religious and forgiving people, Joan Woodworth's victim impact statements, the grandma, provides that while she must forgive the defendant, she feels, and I quote, I feel if given the opportunity, she will definitely kill again. And my prayer is that she will never be able to harm another person like she did Alex, or put another family through what we have been through. Her husband Marv ends his victim impact statement with, there are not enough years left, any place to replace or to pay the price of Alex's death. But despite the fact this family is working towards forgiveness, being forgiven doesn't excuse your actions. True forgiveness requires the defendant acknowledge what she has done and accept responsibility, and she has certainly not done that. In essence, the defendant believes she's entitled to a life of her own outside of confinement, despite her actions in this case. Allowing such an action would be wholly contrary to the term justice in its truest form, as her deliberate and intentional acts have deprived Alex of that same opportunity. The defendant took something away from this family that they can never get back. And not only did she take away Alex, she took away their ability for closure, for grandkids to find peace, because she refuses still to accept responsibility. So when I was going through Alex's Facebook account for the trial, I noticed a number of Facebook messages that were after Alex's death. And so I spoke to Alex's sister, Sarah, and she gave me permission to share some of these entries with the court. I think they're relevant to show just the seriousness of the offense. These are from pages 105 and 106 in DOJ U. On May 3rd of 2018, Sarah Woodworth writes to Alex, despite being deceased, "I love you. I love you so fucking much. I thought I'd have a lifetime to tell you, but now you're gone and it's not fair. I miss you, which should have been me. And a small part is hoping you'll see this, but I know you're dead, and you never will. Oh God, Alex, I just wish you'd know it all, how you were my inspiration. You got me to look harder, try more, and embrace life. I love you. I love you, I miss you." 2 months later, 4 months after his death on July 20th, she writes to Alex again, "Hey, I'm going back to college soon. I wish you were here to see it. I keep thinking you're just away, somewhere without phones, but you'll be back. Anywho, I'm gonna be a marine biologist. I know, not a great job rate, but I think I can fight hard enough for it. Hey, if you ever see this, wherever you are, can you give me some advice? Don't know if I should invest in a big university, or nah, I love you, I miss you." On October 31st, 2018, "Well, I don't believe in an afterlife anymore, so like, I know there's no way you're reading this, that this is all vain. I'm shouting into a place that is empty, a void that'll never answer. So I have to say goodbye now. I have to, because I haven't, and I have to. I love you. I wish there was a God and you were alive in some sense out there, but you're gone forever. I wish we had been closer at the end. I wish it had been me. Goodbye, Alex." These messages weren't meant for the court. They weren't meant for the prosecution. They weren't meant for the defense. Sarah never got the chance to say goodbye to her brother as a result of the heinous, brutal actions of the defendant. And these messages only show a fraction of the pain her actions have caused and continue to cause. The defense attempts to argue that she will not have a life until she is paroled. But unlike Alex, she will have a life. It'll just be different from the one she knows. The defendant still gets to talk, write to her loved ones. Her family can still go visit her in prison, send her gifts. But the only thing Alex's family gets to visit is his grave. In this case, we are dealing with a motive that is so irrational, which makes this case so disturbing. Not only the brutal nature, this leaving someone there to die and the attempted cover-up, but there's just no reason the defendant needed to murder Alex that day. And on top of that, her not willing to accept what she did makes her even more dangerous, that the public needs to be protected from the defendant for the maximum amount possible. The integrity of our justice system, the seriousness of the offense, and the need to protect the public require that this defendant actually serve a life sentence. The state requests that the defendant be sentenced to life without the eligibility for parole. The state is further requesting no contact with the victim's immediate or extended family, no possession of firearms or weapons, a DNA sample, restitution in the amount of $6,944.51, with an order that restitution be taken out of the defendant's prison wages, and she has 683 days credit for time already served. And then we'd also ask that any money that's deposited into her accounts also be applied towards restitution.
All right, in the state submitted a restitution order, is that correct?
Yes.
Is that the extent? I know in your sentencing memorandum, you're asking for what, 60 days after sentencing, but that is the request?
I believe so, yes.
Judge, we're gonna stipulate to the restitution, so there's no issue there. I think that the legal standard is 50% of the prisoner's prison funds are to pay restitution. That's the legal standard, and I'd ask the court to apply the correct legal standard.
All right. And I'll just note, it's not a parole case. That's prior to 1999. It's a extended supervision case. But I assume the state is asking is life without the possibility of petitioning for extended supervision.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. And that concludes the state's presentation. All right, would the defense like a recess before proceeding?
Please.
Okay, so we're gonna take 15 minutes. That gives everybody that may need to use the restroom an opportunity, hopefully, to use the restroom. The folks try to be back in here by 18 minutes after. Right.
All right.
Judge, at the outset, before I dismiss my closing remarks, I'm
And
going to call
would you
on-
please turn your microphone on?
Oh, I'm very sorry.
There you go. Thank you.
Before I make my sentencing remarks, as I had advised the court, I am going to ask the various loved ones of EZRA McCandless to address the court, and I have informed them, because I didn't know when I talked to them previously that they're to come and speak from the witness stand. I also just want to state for the record that the reason we had a sidebar is because I have uncontrollable asthma, and that fortunately I haven't gone into a coughing fit yet, but I might while speaking, and therefore I have water and an inhaler at my table. But it is, if I do cough, it is not out of disrespect for anybody in this courtroom, for the court, for the prosecutor, for the loved ones of Alex Woodworth or Ms. McCandless or anybody else. Thank you. The first person who has, I'm going to ask to speak was a witness in the case, Don Sipple. Mr. Sipple?
You'll have to excuse me, my walk is a little slow. First off, I want to tell you I'm not here to take sides. I've been an observer of this whole situation going on 2 years now. Pretty close by. EZRA came to my door at 4:15 on March 22nd, 1918. She asked me to, when I answered the door, she asked me to take her to the hospital. And caught me off guard, and I didn't know quite what to say. A few minutes later, why, she said I was assaulted. Then I knew what to do. I brought her into the house, got a chair out of the living room. This was a utility room where the door was, and got her into the utility room, got a chair out of the dining area, and put her in a chair and called 911. I think some of you have already seen that, but I thought I'd just remind you again. 911 people came there in probably 10, 12 minutes, and they took care of it after that. But one thing I did hear late November, I didn't know what prompted me to do it, but I wrote EZRA a letter at the jail. And 3 weeks later, the 6th of December, she responded with a big brown envelope and a letter and 2 different pieces of art like I've never seen before. She drew them herself. That was the nicest art I've ever seen, and one of the nicest letters I've ever seen. And after I read them all, I wish you guys could see them, letters, I still have them. We continued on, and now there's 5 total letters back and forth. I sure wish you could see them. But that first letter I got don't happen too easy for me, but it brought me to tears, that letter I got from her. We all make mistakes in this world. If you haven't done much. But hopefully we learn by the mistakes. I'm sure you all can think of something, maybe some more than one, but we've all made some mistakes. All I can hope for EZRA is that someday she can come out of this and be a beautiful, wonderful citizen in our area. I'm sure hoping that might happen. I've had some other contact with some of her people just recently and learned some new things about this whole deal, and I won't bring that up now, but it would surprise you. I pray for her often, every day. I hope down the road that we'll still be friends, no matter what happens here today. I hope that we'll still be friends. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sipple.
Thank you very much. Judge, the next person who I'm going to ask to speak is Sharita Shaky. She also wrote a letter to the court. She's not going to read her full letter to the court because it's been filed, but she'd like to say a few words.
All right, and please state your name and spell it once you're, before you begin, okay? Yes, well,
Sharita Shaky Davis, SHERYDA, SHOCKENCY-Davis,
okay, thank you.
DAVIS. Okay, I guess the best place for me to start, I met EZRA when I was incarcerated here in Dunn County. I was incarcerated for a 3rd DUI that I had received after a very long, painful divorce I went through. It's not something I normally talk about, so I apologize. I went into jail thinking that was it. I had no friends, no family I really felt connected with, no real reason to kind of, have a positive outlook on life and try and find a new door to open that, I could put myself through. I also had the intentions of serving my time without making any friends in jail because of all of these common misconceptions that we get, with society and being incarcerated. And that wasn't the case. It didn't happen like that. I tried. Prior to even serving my sentence, I bore this mentality that I would shut everybody out and I would do myself and I would get by just fine if I believed that in my heart, and it didn't work out that way. I shut a lot of people out, and when I met EZRA, she kind of shined this light on me that I didn't want to see. I had thrown myself so far into the darkness, and she was just this positive light that showed me there was more than one door I could go through, and that there were positive things on the other side of these doors. And you know, if I shut out the world, then I'm shutting out all of the things in the world that are great. You know, love and life and friendship, family, true meanings that I'm sure everybody has found at one point or another in their lives. My background, other than that, really wasn't terrible. It was difficult to get through, sure. With the divorce, you know, it was a loss of a partner and children, and it was something that like I said, I don't talk much about it because it really kind of still bears with me. But over the last year itself, with just knowing her and seeing this light and seeing this person that, you know, went through this thing in their lives that, by my book, is far worse than what I've gone through, and you know, she was still able to cast light, cast positivity, you know, show me reasons why I myself can continue going forward. It's really helped me a lot, especially this last year. I was drinking a lot and I was suicidal, and I've come away from that a lot now. I have a lot of different reasons now on why I believe that I can go forward. And, you know, EZRA still to this day does that. She's helped me a lot. She saved me. She saved everything good about me. She helped me see the bad things that I didn't think I could change, that I now know I can. And I don't know where I'd be today having not spent that time with her, having not gotten to know her so that I could relearn who I was myself. And I'm forever grateful. And I don't really know what else to say, but I can tell you for sure that my life is forever changed, and I don't think I could ever repay her for that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The next thing we're going to do is read a letter from Joe Shane Carlin. He is Ezra's father. He testified in the trial, and in order to save my voice, Judge, I have asked Mr. Nelson if he could please read it for me.
Again, this is a letter from Joe Shane Carlin. Ladies and gentlemen, I've worked in corrections for 20 plus years now, and I've seen and dealt with people you never want to meet on the street or any other walk of life. These people are cold, violent, and sometimes brutal. No matter what picture Ms. Nodolf has painted for you, EZRA is not one of these. She is not like any of these people. In fact, hundreds of people could tell you that she's just the opposite. She loves to a fault and sees the good in everyone she meets. When I say that she loves to a fault, I mean that literally, isn't that she trusts people, even those she's vulnerable to, without even knowing she's being used, abused, or mistreated. She sometimes stays in relationships longer than she should, and at some point, things reach the tipping point. Another thing to note is that in these 20 plus years in corrections, I've worked side by side with offenders in my custody. Some of these people have been in prison longer than they were alive before getting locked up. Many have matured greatly, some unfortunately have not. EZRA has never once denied she did this or said, I didn't do it. In fact, she accepted her role in this all and has faced it all head on while enduring comments on her character. One common denominator in all those that I've worked with over the years is that no matter how long you keep them incarcerated, you can't teach those any more in 20 years than you can in 5 or 10. All you do after 5 or 10 years is turn a person bitter, angry, and never wanting to change for the better or strive for success. EZRA is bearing the burden of the horrific memories of that day and she will continue to do so each and every day of her life. She will bear that burden on every single birthday, Christmas, holidays, family events, and every waking moment she's away, we, her family, bear it too. Sentencing a young person like this to life without parole is not only a mistake, but a huge loss for everyone who loves her. By offering EZRA an eligibility date, you offer her a chance to be a productive contributor to society, which ultimately is our goal in the Department of Corrections. Don't make her just a name and number tag on a door for the rest of her life. Remember, she is a beautiful human being that is loved by many, and give her another opportunity at this chaotic ride we all call life. Please give her a chance to benefit all of us who love her, and to let her come home to be a big sister, daughter, niece, granddaughter that we all want and need in our lives, because with her we are all blessed. To all of you here today in support of Alex, I am so sorry to all of you who've lost your son, grandson, nephew, or friend. I want you all to know that a great many nights I've prayed for you all and wish that I could shake your hand or hug you and tell you that I'm sorry for your loss. Know that all of you, that I really am sorry for your loss. Today and every day I pray that you somehow find peace. I also pray that you find a way to find forgiveness. I'm not asking you to forget Alex by any means, but I'm asking you to find a way to find some peace. You deserve peace. Although my family hasn't experienced the same loss you have, we too are experiencing a huge loss in all of this. EZRA has parents like myself, family, siblings, and many friends that really want to see her come home someday. May you all find peace, and I sincerely hope the court hears my words and takes them into consideration upon making the decision about EZRA's sentence today. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. Debbie Carlin, who is Ezra McCandless's grandmother and Joe Shane's mother, wanted to address the court. Sorry.
I'm Ezra's grandmother, and this dear child came into my life when she was 4 years old. She asked me to be her grandma, but I was already in love with her by then. You, Alex's family, have loved Alex with all your heart and have made beautiful memories. And I love my Ezra with all my heart, with all my being. And I've made some beautiful memories. This child, who the court has addressed as a mean, vicious person, this child in 2nd grade saved some birds in a nest, put them in her pocket because the nest had fallen on the ground, and she took them to school in her pocket. I got a call from school. The teacher said, "We've got baby birds in the pocket." And Ezra had all her friends gathering worms at recess so she could feed those baby birds. Then my dear granddaughter rescued a poor, starving, stinky billy goat from a farmer. She rescued that stinky old animal on the verge of death. She brought him home as a pet and groomed him, and she'd give him baths and led him around. And then she'd come and give me a hug, and she'd stink just like that billy goat. But she thought it was the best thing in the world because she saved him. On the playground, there was never a child left behind when Ezra was there. Never. She always made friends, and if she seen somebody alone, guess who she went to sit with at lunch? That child sitting alone. This beautiful child always thought of everybody else before herself. And she became a young lady. And she could never see wrong in anyone. She always found good. The children at school, the kids that were picked on, she found good in all of them. And she sat with them, walked through the halls with them. As a young lady, she loved unconditionally. She loved everybody. Absolutely everybody. She could never say anything bad. And I just want you to know that is the EZRA. That is my granddaughter. She loves life. And I love her.
Thank you.
I've been told that Tara Carlin, who is one of Joe Shane's sisters and Ezra's aunt, would like to briefly address the court.
All right, would you please just state your name and spell it for the court reporter before you begin?
Sure, it's Tara, T-A-R-A, Kodal, K-O-D-L.
Thank you. You may begin whenever you're ready.
I'm Ezra's aunt. I met her when she was 4 years old. We went out to dinner, and my brother introduced her to me. And the first thing she says to me is, I'm 4 years old, and I don't need to ride in a car seat anymore. Granted, laws have changed now, and she'd still be in a car seat. But that was the joy for life and the zest, and she was always smiling, and she loved nature. Fast forward now to first grade. My brother adopts her. Well, I already thought of her as my niece, but I was the one who was picked to pick her up from school that day. So I went to the school, went to the door with the balloon. I don't even know if she remembers this, but the balloon said, "It's a girl." They didn't say happy adoption. They didn't have that for balloons, but she was my niece, loved her, and it was official. A few years later, she was in school a little further, and I was living down the road from my mom and my dad, and down the road from my brother and her mom. And Ezra would come stay at my house. After school, we'd hang out while I was teaching piano lessons. Never had to worry about her. She took care of my cat, whatever. And then she gets to high school. By now I'm married, have 2 children. And I gave her the biggest job ever. She was my nanny for 2 whole summers. The kids are 20 months apart and can be a handful. She kept them on the go. They would go to the library, they would go for walks, go to the pool. She'd get them to summer school, get them to their swimming lessons, ride bike, explore nature, everything. Draw, oh my gosh, the pictures they would draw in color and paint, every art imaginable. And the main thing she did not do is plop them in front of a TV. That was not an option. Electronics, TV, they weren't turned on when Ezra was around. You were outside, you were drawing, you were doing art, you were experiencing life. I would not let anybody just watch my children. I'm actually pretty picky when it comes to that. And I trusted Ezra for 2 whole summers. She only had to call and cancel on me twice, which when you're in high school and freshman in college, that's pretty amazing, I think. She was sick, but right away the next day, she was there, always on time, very reliable. And then, when she was in college, we stayed in touch. We talked. She was really good to my girls, always had a smile for them. I knew I could count on EZRA if something would come up, if she was in the area. EZRA would never intentionally harm anyone. And to this day, I still trust her with my children. And I love you. Thank you.
Trinity, does Trinity Carlin want to address the court? No. Trinity Smith, I'm sorry. I'm using maiden names. Does Trinity Smith want to address the court?
Sure.
Okay. Trinity Smith is also another one, Ezra McCandless's aunts, and Joe Carlin's.
Okay, you can come forward.
I was just told this morning she wanted, huh?
All
Oh,
right,
I'm
just-
sorry. I'm sorry, I made the mistake. She's her aunt on her maternal side.
Okay, if
Rosie
you would,
Gunelson's sister.
all right, just please state your name and spell it for the court reporter before we begin.
Sure, it's Trinity, Trinity, last name Smith, Smith.
Okay, go ahead whenever you're ready.
My name is Trinity, and I became an aunt to EZRA when I was 7 years old. I had no idea what it meant to be an aunt. I was just excited that there was a baby to play with. EZRA has always been and has had an infectious smile, and you'd see her and you'd feel love and joy. I'm sorry. She always loved playing outside and bringing in all that nature has to offer. It could be worms, frogs, a grass snake, which is terrifying, or pretty flowers, and no matter what, she just loved it all. I moved away when I was 11 to live with my dad, so I didn't get to see her that much. But when I did, she used to follow me everywhere. I used to complain to Rosie that she would never leave me alone, and I regret that. I would give anything to have her as my shadow. Ezra used to tell me that I should never have kids because then she wouldn't be my favorite. And she was very wrong because my love for her has only grown. Have you ever loved something so much you were afraid to look away because it might not be there? Every time I would see her, I would just scream her name because I was so happy, and I would squeeze her so tight. And she would just let me, and she would just tell me, I love you too. And she would be like, I love you too, Aunt Trin, and she would just keep telling me until I was ready to let her go. She's one of the most thoughtful, caring, generous, and kind-hearted people I know. She often said to me that she just wishes people could just be kind and love each other. I can't remember her ever saying an unkind word or passing judgment on a person. I've only seen acceptance, kindness, love, and compassion towards others. Ezra is a good person, and she brings joy to others through her artwork and her personality and her acts of kindness. And I'm very proud to be her aunt. Thank you.
Thank you. James Gunelson, who is married to Ezra's mother, would like to address the court. I should have said Dr. James Gunelson.
I'm James Gunelson. I'm Ezra's stepfather.
Can you speak up a little bit?
Yes. I'd like to start by giving my deepest, sincere sympathy to Alex and his family and loved ones. The last couple of years have been a nightmare, and what I would like to talk about is Ezra. Ezra was 12 years old when I met her, when I started dating her mother. And I moved in and I lived with her when she was 13, and I lived with her every day from then on, basically until she went to college. I was at most of the pretrial court appearances, and
as much of the trial as I could make. The characterization of Ezra has been that she's deceitful and a liar and just a bad person, but the person that I've got to know through all my years with her is, it couldn't be farther from the truth from how she's been characterized throughout this. She's a kind, a loving, a very helpful person. She has a huge, huge heart. And she has 2 younger siblings, and who she loves very much and who love her very much. And one example of her love for her siblings, when she was in Marionette, she would still drive back to watch her little brother play elementary sports, which you guys watch, that's not overly exciting, but kind of funny thing about that is that one thing is Ezra hated driving, and so she'd usually have someone else drive for her just because she really didn't like it. She was terrified of getting into a car accident every time she was in a car. And she doesn't even like sports. I mean, she would just do it to make sure that her brother could see her there and show that bond and try to keep that bond going, even though she had moved away. She'd also, throughout middle school, throughout high school, she always would help her little brother, help her little sister. When her brother would be doing homework, sitting down at the table, she'd sit down, unprovoked, unasked, just see if she could help. Just, what are you working on? Can I help? And just whatever she could do, she would do it. With her little sister, she taught her the joy of music and of art. And I would come home from work some days and my littlest girl would just come running up to me beaming with a smile and say, Ezra showed me these coolest songs, and they were listening to Baby Einstein music and dancing and singing for hours all day. And as soon as I got home, they had to play the music for me to let me enjoy, get a part of the joy that they've been having. And they'd spend hours coloring chalk on the sidewalk just in front, and Ezra would be making these masterpieces that we would take pictures of because they were so beautiful. And our youngest one would just have little scribbles all over, and it was just fun. And Ezra would help her, and she'd turn her little scribbles into something a little more fun that she could be proud of and say, Daddy, look at what I made, look what I made. And it is just so helpful with our youngest. And she's also fostered a love of books and of learning with our littlest girl. Even over these last couple of years, Ezra has put in the effort to purchase books, write notes in them, and get them to our youngest daughter so she can still keep that bond going. And she'll have videos of her reading the books so they can still try to continue that. And it's really hard on our youngest because she doesn't understand what's going on. But Ezra's still trying, she's still making that effort. While Ezra was in middle school and high school, she was amazing. She was incredibly helpful around the house. Her mother and I both worked full time. She had 2 younger siblings that needed a lot of attention and care. We didn't have to worry about cleaning the house. Ezra would do it without us even asking. To the point she'd get the kitchen so clean that she would get upset when I'd come home to start cooking because I'd have to take the pots out and make them clean again. But she also helped us with our office and with our work. She'd come over, she'd keep the lawn mowed, she'd shovel for us. She'd just a lot of just little jobs that she knew that she could help and she wasn't getting compensated for, and she would just do it just to make our lives easier. She would see times when her mother and I would be feeling a little worn down from work, and she would offer, say, hey, do you guys want to go out tonight and have a date, and I'll watch the kids? And you know, that was amazing to me, because it's not something I typically would expect, you know, a teenager to give up their Fridays and Saturday nights to volunteer. And it was always important to me. I mean, she's always been very, very important. Personality-wise, Ezra's a very optimistic person. She always sees the good in life, and it seems like a lot of that has been misconstrued, but that's kind of the person she is. When she's nervous or she's feeling stressed, she likes to smile and she giggles and laughs, and that's her way to that she copes with stress. And that's another thing. If you don't know her well, you can take that a wrong direction, but she's the years that I've known her, I've never seen her violent. I've never seen her act out of anger. I've seen her angry, and when she would usually retreat to her room and just calm down, and we'd see her later, and she'd be fine again. She's not the type of person that is looking for vengeance or that's not the character that I have seen through my 10 years of knowing Ezra. I do know, looking to the future, that Ezra will continue to improve herself. That's the kind of person that Ezra is. She always wants to make herself better, and she wants to make the people around her better, and she wants to make wherever she is a better place for everyone involved. And I know that if she is given a chance, she will do that same thing within society to make society a better place, because that's who she is as a person.
Thank you.
Dr. Gunelson's father, David Gunelson, wants to address the court. And then I have only one more person after that.
All right.
I'm David Gunelson, and I just want to talk about the Ezra I know. But before that, I'd like to say, Ezra, I love you, and we love you. The Ezra I know, you know, she's a nice person. She's a very nice person. When she had come to visit us, you know, she's a nature lover too. If you know Ezra, she knows she just loves nature. When she'd come to visit us, she'd be walking in the woods, she'd be looking at the woods, she'd be seeing like, you know, sometimes I'd wonder, where is she? But she'd be out exploring. You know, I think that's who Ezra is. The Ezra I know is kind. She's very kind. She's the animals, the birds, the ducks, you know, when we were at the lakes, you know, it's amazing. You know, I've seen her carry bugs out of the house where she wouldn't have to squash them. When we're fishing, you know, when we were fishing, it didn't matter if we caught any fish. She'd just be out there enjoying every minute. She would not use a minnow. She would not use a worm. Just a plug, just a little plastic thing, or a plug, or a rapala. In our writing, she once told me how she got the name Ezra. And I want to read this too. From a trip up north on a weekend spent with her family, the day was perfect. with her family on the water and the people I love. I saw the name EZRA in a book, and I thought to myself, how that name is the wonderful feeling I had that day. The EZRA I know is a listener. She's hearing what people have to say. She's not bringing the conversation back to, well, it's all about me. She's interested. She's asking questions. The EZRA I know loves her family. And her family gatherings, she loves the people. She wants to, all of this family, she just wants to get to know better. She loves being a part of everything. It's lifting and sharing. I think it's all about family. She loves old things, you know, they may not be valuable, but, you know, for example, my deceased brother had a painting where you put a painting much like this one, and she was overjoyed to get it. Not so much just to have that, but just to be a family. She loves Grandma's old hats, old hurricane lamps. I think EZRA has a sense of family. Since her arrest, we have written many letters. You know, and the letters have become, you know, what do we talk about? We talk about nature, of course. And we talk about the things we've seen and done. We've talked about the books we've read, some of the authors we like, some of the authors we share we like. And we talk about our faith in God. We talk about our faith. Almost every letter, the majority of letters, we talk about Bible verses. EZRA says how they've touched her, how they've touched her heart. Every day I pray for EZRA. Every day I pray for Alex's family, because the prayers are the same. I pray that we can receive a sense and understanding of God's perfect justice, of God's perfect mercy, and then we can receive this into our hearts. And we will all be filled with God's comfort, filled with His kindness, and filled with God's healing. And that we can be returned to a wholeness that we had before.
Thank you.
Thank you. The last person who's going to make a statement is Rosie Gunelson, EZRA's mother.
Okay. All right. Ms. Gunelson, how do you spell your first name?
Roselenna.
Thank you.
I would like to start today with, I am truly sorry for the loss of a son, a grandson, a brother, a nephew, and a friend. Multiple times a day, I wish that Alex and EZRA never met each other. I truly feel no one wins in this case. I am EZRA's mother, but EZRA has always had a more evolved soul than I. EZRA taught me so many things, so many lessons on love and acceptance. At a very young age, about 5 years old, I learned a hard lesson about telling the truth. My mother was on her second marriage, and her husband was an alcoholic. My mother had decided that she wanted to visit some family in Chicago. And at the time, we only had one vehicle, so my mother had asked a friend to take us. I think it was an overnight trip, but I was 5, so I don't recall much. What I do remember is that we came home that night, and my stepfather was waiting, and he asked me, "Where did you guys go? Who took you there?" As a 5-year-old, you tell the truth no matter what.
So I told my stepfather we went with Mom's friend to Grandpa's house. My stepfather told me and my sister to go to our room. And I went to my room, and I stood at the door and I watched my mother get physically assaulted. And all I could do was stand there and know I was next. The next day, I was told by my mother I was the reason my stepfather hurt us. I got her in trouble because I told where we went and with whom. And after that day, I knew the truth would not protect me or my family, and I loved the family I loved, and I built a wall to protect myself from harm. I shut off feelings to survive an unloving and abusive childhood. The day I gave birth to Ezra, my wall came crashing down. I felt love for the first time. Even though Ezra was just born, I felt Ezra loved me more than I could love her. Growing up, Ezra was so sensitive and caring to others, I couldn't wrap my head around it. Ezra would accept anyone for who they are and would get to know them before passing judgment. I was guarded. I wanted so much for Ezra to share that untrusting sense that I had with everyone I came to be around. Ezra would engage in conversation with anyone and give them the benefit of the doubt, when all I had was doubt. I was 14 years old when I gave birth to Ezra. And at 17, I moved out of my third stepfather's house. I spent most of the time at school and then work, where Ezra spent most of her time at daycare and at a babysitter. Where years later, I found out about the sexual abuse Ezra had endured. I had no idea how to be a mom. And a good mom is what every child deserves. I feel no one should be a parent at 14 years old. Parenting is so hard. And at 36, I make it a full-time job on learning how to be a better mom. I was truly given a blessing when I had Ezra. I have a child who cares more about making someone else feel loved, valued, and accepted before loved, valued, and accepted themselves. When I got married to Joe, Ezra's adopted father, we had completely different views on parenting. And we would both verbally abuse each other every day. I know now I was not a good wife and not a good mother for staying in a very unhealthy environment. I put myself and my child in the same situation my mother put me in as a child without the physical abuse. But there was verbal abuse. And for some people, it is the same. Ezra had to live in a home where two people were not happy. I got pregnant because I thought at the time it would be better for our marriage. I almost died carrying my son. My body was shutting down. I was in and out of the hospital frequently and even had a nurse come to our house to change IVs. All of this was really hard on Ezra. I was not well enough to give her the attention she deserved. And as soon as I was able, I was back to work because we needed the money. Not once did Ezra complain about having to stay at Grandma and Grandpa's. My son was born, and Ezra was so excited, first, to not have me sick anymore, but second, because she had someone to hold and play with. Ezra and my son were many years apart, and she was so very patient with a very rambunctious little boy. When my son was school age, Ezra would be willing, more than willing, to help with homework and especially art projects because Ezra's a natural artist. I remember the day my son had to make a rocket for school, and Ezra volunteered to help almost immediately. I never had to force Ezra to help her siblings, but I also never made it a point to force Ezra to help with at the time because I remembered how much I disliked having to entertain my siblings at the time. Joe and I went through a messy divorce. Ezra chose to stay with me full time, and we shared custody of our son. As a parent, to only see your child half-time is extremely difficult. And it makes you question if you had made the right decision. Divorce is extremely hard on kids, having to go back and forth, living two different worlds because both households are completely different. I remarried when Ezra was 15. I had my child about a year or so after. My last child about a year or so after. Ezra was so attentive to my youngest. Hardly left her side some days. Ezra bonded very quickly with our youngest. It was so beautiful to experience the love they have. I feel they helped each other on hard days. High school was not easy for Ezra. Ezra did not want to draw attention to herself, so she dressed more masculine, which was thought to be the solution, and it was more difficult because the small town we live in is not accepting of gender fluidity. I remember the day Ezra came home sobbing and scared to tell me how she was feeling about gender. I made sure Ezra knew I would stand beside you, whatever you decide. I love my children and I am accepting of whatever makes them comfortable. I admire Ezra's strength. I preach a lot about you only having one life to live. Live how you want and not for anyone else. I feel things were a little easier after our discussion happened, and even though we had tough times during high school, we had some really good times. Listening to alternative music, and we would just sit in the kitchen and talk. We talked about new and old music, different movies, and that were coming out, and watch YouTube videos and just belly laugh. Ezra has the most infectious laugh and smile. Ezra's laugh always made my day better. I remember the day we did Ezra's senior pictures. It was just Ezra and I, and we spent all day in the woods taking hundreds of pictures. It was one of my most favorite memories. Ezra is the kind of person who's in tune with energy. If someone gives off negative energy, Ezra is the kind of person that will try their best to make them feel better. Before March of 2018, Ezra was working as a teacher's assistant, and the counselor at that school requested Ezra work with a child who was having trouble with their gender identity. Ezra was great at making you feel okay to be who you are on the inside. I literally count my blessings every day. And when your child is going through the worst times of their life, and you can't hold them and tell them it's going to be okay, I feel like I failed as a parent because it is my job to protect my children. Being within arm's length and you can't even hold hands was one of many hard parts of this for me. Ezra is not the kind of person to intentionally kill. And I am not the kind of person to sit here and to support someone who could. I am asking Your Honor to give the gift of a minimum of 20 years parole. And I understand that that does not mean parole will ever even happen, and that Ezra will ever come home. Thank you for allowing me and my family to speak today.
Thank you. Well, I would just prefer just to, if council's able, just to proceed right through.
That's fine, I was just asking the
Okay.
Miss Ezra McCandless needs to use the bathroom, if we could have just
Okay.
5.
We'll take a 10-minute recess. All right, Ms. Vishnu, you may proceed whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Judge, we come to this court to ask mercy, but not to ask leniency, because in fact, leniency is not this court's to give. The sentence before the court must be one of life. The only decision that this court has to make is whether or not in the future somebody will look at the facts, the circumstances, and have the wisdom to take a look at things at a future moment, at who Ezra McCandless is at a future moment, at what happened at a future moment. And that is why I asked the court for Ezra McCandless to have the opportunity to petition at the first possible chance. And one might call that merciful, but it is certainly not lenient, because in fact, it is unknowable what will ever happen in this case. In the year 2000, the state legislature changed the sentencing paradigm for all sentences, not just homicide. And at that time, the state legislature made a decision that when it came to a first-degree intentional homicide, that the minimum required sentence was one of 20 years. It did not lay down a mandatory time for which, after 20 years, one could not necessarily be released from the imprisonment portion of a bifurcated sentence. We don't know what the results are, because this is 2020, and this is the very first year, if anybody had ever received a first-degree intentional homicide with the opportunity to petition at 20 years, this is the first time that those petitions will come before a court. In all likelihood, they will not come before the judges who sentenced the person. They will not see the young person, whether a teenager or a young adult, who committed the offense. The prosecutor will not be the same prosecutor. The defense lawyer won't be the same defense lawyer. And all of this is true in Ezra McCandless's case as well, because I'm quite certain that by the time Ezra McCandless has an opportunity to petition, Your Honor, that you'll be retired, that I'll be retired, that Mr. DeFore will be retired, that Aaron Nelson will be retired, and I'm less certain as to the other occupants of the state's table because I don't know their ages, but it's a possibility. What we ask you to do is not to look into the future, but to allow the opportunity for another person with future knowledge to look in the future. I want to read from a book called Just Mercy by Brian Stevenson, a man who is quite celebrated in the criminal justice system and the subject of a rather popular biopic, which I haven't seen, but I have read his book. And Brian Stevenson says, we are all broken by something. We have all hurt someone. We have been hurt. We all share the conditions of brokenness, even if our brokenness is not equivalent. Being broken is what makes us human. We all have our reasons. Sometimes we're fractured by the choices we make. Sometimes we're shattered by things we would have never chosen. And I find that true. And I find that particularly remarkable in light of the moving statements made by the loved ones of Alex Woodworth. Who can possibly understand their pain? I can't. I haven't lost a child. I haven't lost a brother and a sister. I've only lost a parent, which is the natural order of life. However, the decision as to what should occur belongs to the future. And this court, I'm asking to allow the future to have an opportunity. Brian Stevenson says, simply punishing the broken, walking away from them, or hiding them from sight only ensures they remain broke, and so do we. I want to talk about the gravity of the offense. I want to take this opportunity to say this. I understand and accept the jury verdict. That's why we're here. There's nothing that I'm going to say that is going to denigrate the verdict that this jury handed down. This jury listened to 3 weeks of testimony, and they made a decision. They made a decision based on the jury instructions of the great state of Wisconsin that intent is formed not an hour, not a day, but just can be formed in the moment before an act. That it need not be brooded upon or reflected upon, but can occur immediately before what happened. And when I take a look at this offense, I ask this court to sentence appropriately under the law, as the case of United States v. Klubal, K-L-U-B-A-L-L, 843 F. 3rd, 719, a Seventh Circuit case says, the court is not to sentence on speculation, but on the facts. I have spoken with several of the jurors in this particular case, and while I have promised confidentiality and not to mention their names, I am satisfied through my discussions with the jurors, and I say this with one of the jurors' consent, that what the jury arrived at in their verdict was they found the intent to kill existed. They rejected EZRA McCandless's testimony. They found there was an intent to kill from the scene and the evidence presented of the scene. The jury did not make findings as to whether this was premeditated, regarding the relationship. One of the jurors said there was a lot of other noise in the case. They focused their attention on what they could from the scene, what happened in the car, and from the number of stab wounds, and therefore they found intent. They did reject EZRA McCandless's testimony. I understand that. That's why EZRA McCandless, at a minimum, will spend as much time in the Wisconsin State Prison System as she has lived since her mother birthed her. And that's what this court is to sentence on. I don't know exactly what set this chain of events into motion. What I can tell, and what the court allowed in for the limited purpose of understanding EZRA McCandless's state of mind at the time of the stabbing, were the memorandums that she had written that she was sharing with her friends, or her diaries, if somebody wants to say that. EZRA McCandless said, I recognize the actions that were in my control and the ones out of my control. I've been on a path of self-destruction for a long time. EZRA McCandless talked about betraying the one she loved. EZRA McCandless talked about the fact that EZRA McCandless had been suicidal, had been in the depths, had wanted to make a change in EZRA McCandless's life. EZRA McCandless's father had said to EZRA McCandless, life starts now. EZRA McCandless wrote in EZRA McCandless's journal, I don't accept the past actions, but recognize them and only want to work to finding who I truly am. I cannot hurt myself anymore. I cannot hurt the ones I love. I can become EZRA McCandless again. That's what EZRA McCandless wrote. In the journal that the state took a slight excerpt out of, where EZRA McCandless talked about that EZRA McCandless would consider suicide daily, that EZRA McCandless's mind, as EZRA wrote, my mind would tell me I'm a failure and a monster, become one of them. It sickens me to recall the words I would say so often. And ended that essay with these words, I do not dismiss my actions. I do not discount my part in the abuse. I do not feel innocent. I know what I've done. I know I can be human. I know I can be free. I know I can love. I know I can only strive to never do this again. EZRA McCandless and Alex Woodworth were both broken people in many ways. And I'm not saying this to equate the position they're in, because Alex has lost his life and his family has suffered the greatest loss and the greatest tragedy of them all. What I'm saying is that, you'll have to excuse me for drinking water, but I need it. What I'm saying, and what these letters show that the state has produced, is that EZRA McCandless was in some kind of state of mind that was driven by her past. And this isn't a matter of blaming everybody. I'm sure Ezra's parents did the best they could, but she was raised in a very hectic environment. She was told when she was young that if she cried when she was being dressed down or being told she was stupid or doing something she shouldn't be doing, that I'll give you something to cry about. So Ezra McCandless did not show very much emotion when on the witness stand in court. That's not the basis of judging what the sentence should be. It's not the basis of judging what the sentence, what she looked at, how she looked at a person who she had at one point in her life been deeply in love with, even though that person, her boyfriend, Jason Mingle, had been extremely abusive to her, as we had seen from the testimony of Jenna Van Zant and through Ezra McCandless's own writings as to how he treated her. She perceived her relationships in a certain way with her relationship in particular with Alex Woodworth. And the one thing I want to say about Alex and Ezra was it's remarkable how much Ezra in her life has been like Alex. I was going to read lines here and there from the letters I filed with the court. I'm not going to do that because I'm confident, Your Honor, that you've read them already. And we've certainly had plenty of time for people from Ezra's family, people who know her, to address this court. From people who've known her whole life to people who've more recently met her, such as the young woman who she helped while she was in jail, Sharita. But they were very much both broken people, and they found each other. And the fact is that they were in love with each other. I'm not saying it was good. I don't know how it ended, but the one thing that is clear to me is it makes absolutely no sense to say that Ezra McCandless lured Alex into a deserted place in order to murder him, that she murdered his reputation, that she went there to force him into a confession that their relationship was an accident. That is the stuff of fantasy. That may be good fodder for a closing argument, but the jury found Ezra McCandless guilty because they rejected her testimony, looked at the stab wounds, and said this death was done intentionally, and they did not believe that it was self-defense, and they did not believe her testimony. So the question is, where do you go from here? With these two people, they had a feeling of being on the outside of their communities that they both grew up in for various reasons. They both were non-mainstream in terms of sexuality and gender certain feelings. They had the same circle of friends. They had artistic endeavors. Alex's artistry was his writing, his philosophy. Ezra's artistry was and is the visual arts and photographer. It's interesting to me, and what attracted Ezra to Alex was his kindness to other people. In their first conversation, he talked about his love of spiders. And Ezra, as you can see, had a love of even the humble spider or a bird that had fallen from a nest. They had thoughts, both of them, of self-harm and self-destruction, as reflected in both of their writings. And it is very sad to say that I do see suicidal ideation in both of their writings. So the rejection of her testimony and her defense is fine. That's why we're here. But the sentence that we are to give should be looked at by other factors. So as far as the gravity of the offense, every homicide is extremely grave, but not every homicide leads to a life without the possibility of supervision. And by the way, the pre-sentence writer is, in my opinion, my humble opinion, really asking for life without supervision when you look at life expectancy statistics for people in prison, which I have provided the court in our memo, which was amply footnoted if the court wished to peruse further. I want to talk about what, and I don't want to do a statistical comparison of other sentences, but I do want to talk about two other cases. And I want to tell you, Your Honor, that I've been a lawyer for almost 40 years, and until I left the public defender's office, I was there for 38 years. As the head of the homicide unit, I have personally handled between 100 and 125 homicide cases. Some went to trial, some were acquitted, some were pled guilty to lesser offenses, some were dismissed. But I have sat through this process, and I have supervised other people on their homicide cases, and was the statewide homicide practice group coordinator, or one might say mentor, for other lawyers with their homicide cases. I have watched hundreds of people walk into a courtroom and share their pain before the court, just as Alex Woodworth's family does. And I truly feel for them. I truly feel for them. But that pain is equal for every single person who has lost a loved one, who comes into this court. Their pain is no less significant than the pain of a mother who loses an infant, a person who loses a parent, a brother, a sister, a friend, a gang member. That pain is all equivalent. But the court's job is not equivalent. The court's job is to look at the facts and the circumstances of each particular homicide and to make a decision, understanding and knowing that our legislature in its wisdom has said there is a price to pay, and that's 20 years of your life. And 20 years is really a long, long time. I don't want to belabor the significance of it. I ask every person in this courtroom to think about your life 20 years ago and what it was like, and what you did that you were embarrassed about, and what you did that was wrong, or what you did that seems naive, or seems silly, or seems like a bad choice. Those 20 years, Ezra McCandless must spend behind bars, removed from society. And as we know, except for this one day of this life where she killed Alex Woodworth, she lived a pretty exemplary life. She didn't have a criminal record. She was kind, whether it was to bugs, birds, animals, her family, her siblings, her friends, other human beings in the jail with her. She was kind to them. Something happened on this day. We know she had mental health issues. We know she had been in counseling. We know she suffered from having been sexually abused not once but twice as a young person, and had never, like so many young kids, ever told her family. We know that she grew up in a chaotic household. We know that she struggled with transgenderism, with being the one on the outside, with not fitting in a small community in northern Wisconsin. We know all of these things about her. We know that this was not she's not a serial killer or a person without feelings or somebody with a cold and black heart. I want to tell you about two cases, and just two cases, out of the hundreds of cases that I've witnessed as a homicide lawyer. And the first person I want to tell you about is Brittany Bear. I represented Brittany Bear for like a minute. In other words, I had other homicide cases and someone took her case over, so I didn't get to do her trial. Brittany Bear's case I find remarkably comparable to Ezra McCandless's. Brittany Bear was a young white woman in her early 20s who killed her boyfriend. She shot him twice in the back of his head while he was laying on a couch. The prosecution in the jury trial said that Brittany Bear shot him while he was sleeping. Brittany Bear had been in a relationship with her boyfriend for a long time. Unlike Ezra McCandless, who had no record, Brittany Bear had a conviction for a burglary. So she was charged, and she had some minor misdemeanor on her record that was drug-related, like paraphernalia. She was charged with first-degree intentional homicide while using a dangerous weapon and possession of a firearm by a convicted felon. After Brittany Bear shot her boyfriend twice in the back of his head, literally the top back of his head, he was laying on a couch, she went to her mother's house and dropped off her child in Oshkosh. She came back to Milwaukee. Brittany Bear's boyfriend, mother, were calling the grandparents of Brittany's child, saying, "Where is our son?" And she said, "I don't know. I haven't seen him." "Well, he's missing. What's going on?" "I don't know. I haven't seen him." The family called the police because he was a missing person. When the police got to the house, what they found was that the homicide had happened in the basement, and that Brittany Bear had taken a makeshift, or tried to create a makeshift stretcher out of a piece of wood and put the decedent's body on it and tied it up, trying to raise it up the stairs out of the house and conceal the death. When the police came and talked to Brittany Bear, she told the police that there had been a home invasion because her boyfriend was selling drugs, and that they had been robbed by drug dealers who had killed her boyfriend, and that she had managed to escape. So she made up a complete and total lie. Brittany Bear then used the defense at trial that she was a battered woman. She had an expert witness. The state discovered that prior to killing her boyfriend, she had actually researched the battered woman's defense, and that subsequent from killing her boyfriend, she had researched how to dispose of a body. I can't think of any case I've ever had that is actually in many ways more similar to Ezra McCandless's case.
Brittany Bear had a jury trial. She testified on the stand, and the jury completely rejected her testimony. She testified that she closed her eyes when she fired the 2 shots. The jury found her guilty of first-degree intentional homicide while using a dangerous weapon and possession of a firearm by a convicted felon. The judge, the Honorable Mark Sanders of Milwaukee County Circuit Court, gave Brittany Bear a life sentence and the opportunity to petition the court in 25 years. He took the time she had spent pre-trial and applied that time to the possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, thus not giving her any additional time for the about 2 years she had spent in jail. It was a similar period to what EZRA McCandless has been here. I want to tell you about another case. In this case is the case of Annette Morales Rodriguez. Ms. Rodriguez was convicted of 2 counts of first-degree intentional homicide. And although I was not the trial lawyer, as the supervisor of the homicide practice group, I had some involvement in the case to help coach the other lawyers. Annette Morales Rodriguez suffered from some kind of mental health problems, and she wanted nothing more than to have a baby. And in order to keep her boyfriend with her, she lied and said she was pregnant. But she was not pregnant. She began to stalk a friend of hers who was pregnant. And when that pregnant woman came to full term, Annette Morales Rodriguez invited that woman into her home, and she brutally killed her with a knife and cut the baby out. She killed the baby as well. She took the baby to the hospital and claimed that this had been something that had happened during the trauma of childbirth. The hospital determined she had never been pregnant. And then eventually, after some time, the police put it together and found that the victim in this case had been murdered by Ms. Rodriguez. Ms. Rodriguez had a jury trial. The jury found her guilty. She was sentenced to 2 counts of first-degree intentional homicide in what I think is one of the most aggravated cases I've ever seen, and she was given life without the opportunity to apply for extended supervision. So I take these 2 cases because this is the spectrum this court has to deal with, and I ask this court, what end of the spectrum is EZRA McCandless? Where does she fall along these lines? Because our legislature has said you must serve 20, but they don't say you must serve more than 20. What our legislature has said is that the court can look right now and only decide if a future court can make a decision. And how much do things change? We know that EZRA McCandless is no longer the little girl who picked up a bird nest and put it in her pocket, though she has features of that personality within her. We know that Alex Woodworth will not be able to live out his life and his promise, and that it is a great and tragic loss for the family and the community. We know that EZRA McCandless has shown kindness to other people in the jail. We know that while in the jail, she has taken the advantage of every opportunity, as noted in the pre-sentence investigation. We know that she worked in the laundry because she was able to train people for that job, and I've been told, gave up her job in the laundry because it was a job which she liked, because let's face it, it's no picnic being in the jail, right? We all know that. And it's not fun. And there's very limited opportunities to move around. EZRA McCandless had this opportunity to move back and forth to the laundry because she's a more trusted inmate who's gotten along very well with the jailers here. She gave that job to another inmate and took it away from herself so that inmate would have a chance to prove to another court that they could be trusted to help that person with sentencing. EZRA McCandless is going to go to prison for 20 years. It is my sincere hope and belief that she will be able to aid other people who are in prison in their struggles. I wrote in my sentencing memo about brain development and juveniles, not because I'm trying to argue to this court that EZRA McCandless is a juvenile. She's an adult. She was barely out of her teen years at the time this offense was committed. She was 20 years old. She had had a birthday and got out of her teen years some 5 months or so earlier, 5 to 6 months earlier. And I think about where people are and where they change. What I wanted to show in my sentencing memo is there was a time where courts around the country
We're going very heavy into sentencing, to life without supervision, to determinate sentencing, to treating juveniles more and more as adults, and that as the research and the science developed, the United States Supreme Court, in its wisdom, in cases such as Roper versus Simmons and Miller versus Alabama, said, wait a minute, we need to take another look at this jurisprudence because we're looking at science. And we know, as I put in my memorandum and footnoted with the research, that that brain development is not completed until somebody's now in their mid-20s, 25, 26. I mean, it's always been this way. We just didn't know about it. We don't know what future research is going to bring us. We don't know if even the fact of homicide is contained in somebody's brain and if it's treatable. We do know that there's a lot of neuropsychological research and neurological research going on around the country right now. That we know. So what I'm asking for isn't a lenient sentence. I'm asking for somebody in the future to take a look at that and who EZRA McCandless will be down the road, whether it's 20, 25, 30, whatever courts decide, because she will have the burden of proving to a court that she no longer poses a danger to society. You know, there's 20 years ago, and I don't know if you remember, but I remember because it's so silly, at the time of that we turned into the year 2000, how many people ran around thinking the world might come to an end, or at least all of our computers would crash because of Y2K. I'm sure you remember that, Your Honor. We all do, okay? I mean, that just seems so silly now, doesn't it? I mean, how many things did people think about 20 years ago that have not come to fruition? In 1975, a fairly famous environmentalist said that by the time we're in now, that we would be at the point, because of global warming, where most of 75% of the Earth's species would have died off. Well, we know that's not true, right? I don't want to get political here. That's not my purpose. My purpose is that future predictions don't come true. All we're asking you to do is to let somebody else take a future look. That's not leniency. I'm not even sure that it's mercy. But it's equitable, and it's just, and it's rational, and it does not depreciate the seriousness of the offense. We have every reason to think things could go in a positive direction from the compass. There is a reason why sentencing has evolved in courts, not just in Wisconsin, but across this nation to evidence-based decision-making, because we recognize that there is something beyond the pure emotion of something that occurs, something beyond the pure emotion that we can actually look at objective criteria and potentially use that criteria. It's not perfect, okay? It's not perfect. But I will say this, I'm sure out of my 125 homicide cases, I've probably done 80 homicide sentencings and read 80 compass reports. I've never seen one like this. Honest to God. I'm an officer of the court. I would not lie. I have never seen a compass report ever where a person who had killed another human being came out like this on a compass report, where the only thing was at the high level was the homicide itself, and that's always rated at the highest level. I have seen so many people and met so many people who have killed another human being. And that, I'm sorry to say, for better or for worse, puts me in a particularly unique position. Because frankly, the people who know the killers the most are the defense lawyers and the jailers. Not the prosecutors, not the courts, not the police officers who take the confessions and solve the cases, but the jailers. The jailers like Mr. Carlin. Mr. Carlin says, and I think it's quite wise what he wrote in his letter, and I had no idea what he was going to write in advance, he just sent the letter to us. He wrote how as a prison guard, he's had the opportunity to witness people in prison and notice that people generally change after 5 or 10 years. This is what his observations are. And either the changes happen or they don't. So, yes, did EZRA McCandless testify in a manner that was rejected by this jury, that the jury did not believe?
Yes, Ezra McCandless did testify in that matter. Does that mean down the road that somebody shouldn't take another look at who Ezra McCandless is then? This is not leniency. This is not mercy. This is a rational view toward sentencing and change, because we all know that life is about nothing but change. I don't know if Ezra McCandless will ever get out of prison. I know that in all likelihood, if Ezra McCandless gets out of prison, I probably will not be alive by then. Even if she gets out in 20 years, I think it's dicey whether I'll still be here. But regardless of that, somebody should have a chance to look back at this and say, what should we do? Do we throw this person away? Does she become a number? Is that best life? Is our society best served by lifelong incarceration, or incarceration so long that one should proceed from the prison to the nursing home because maybe it's too expensive to continue to house them? As Brian Stevenson said, the power of just mercy is that it belongs to the undeserving. It's when mercy is least expected that it's most potent, strong enough to break the cycle of victimization and victimhood, retribution and suffering. It has the power to heal the psychic harm and injuries that lead to aggression and violence, abuse of power, mass incarceration. The mercy we ask for, the sentence we ask for, recognizes the dynamics of the world, of change, of what we don't know, but hopefully somebody will know in the future. It is not leniency. It is not a request to get out of prison. It is a request that hopefully there will be another human being who will look at who Ezra McCandless is in the future, what feelings are there in the future, and what will best serve society at a future date. And that is what we ask for, Your Honor. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ms. McCandless, is there anything you'd like to say?
Hi. I would like to address Your Honor and the courts and Alex's family, but most of all, Alex's parents. I want to say how sorry I am that they have lost their son. But sorry doesn't cut it in my mind. That word is not enough and never will be enough for this loss. And I recognize that. I don't think I could ever find words that will be enough to express this, especially to them. The pain they feel is unimaginable. I want to express how sorry I am for this loss, because it is such a great loss. I recognize and completely acknowledge this pain, and I'm so sorry. I loved Alex very much, and I also feel a great loss. And I'm so sorry. And thank you for letting me say this. Thank you.
All right. Anybody need a recess?
We're prepared for the court to proceed if you would like to proceed at this time.
How about the state? Anybody need a recess?
No.
No? Okay.
You're okay.
All right, well, whew. First of all, I think just because of some of the terms that have been thrown around here today, it's important that people understand how this works in Wisconsin. Normally, court at a sentencing would have to consider probation, but probation is not an option, so it cannot be considered in a first-degree intentional homicide case. So the court is, and we do not have a death penalty. We're not a death penalty state, so none of those things are in play. I think during the career of Ms. Fishney and myself and Mr. Dufour, we've seen 3 different eras of sentencing law. We had indeterminate sentencing, And that was back, I can't even remember when TIS 1 or Truth in Sentencing 1 came along, but prior to that, a person sentenced to life imprisonment would have eligibility for parole after about 13.9 years. I think that was in the defense brief, but if I recall it, I think that's correct. And it would be a parole board that would decide whether a person would get parole or not. And I think it was also cited in the defense memoranda that often people would end up serving between 18 and 21 years before, that was sort of the average, I would imagine. And, but there was a period of time where I guess it began in the 1990s or late 1980s, I think, the tough on crime and things spiraled up, and both political parties in this state tried to keep ahead of each other and being tougher on crime and so forth. And part of that was life means life. It started with court being able to determine, the court, sentencing court, being able to determine a parole eligibility date. Again, if it was parole, that's why I mentioned that. This isn't a parole case because that's a different, we'd be under a different law. And in any event, so that was, I believe, part of Truth in Sentencing 1, which would be the first change from indeterminate to determinate sentencing. And in any event, then it was a court determining when that parole eligibility date would be sometime in the future, or whether someone would not be eligible for parole. And that was a pretty big change, and it was politically driven. This is what we have to understand. This is what the people of this state wanted. And I think there was a general sentiment that, 20 years for intentional homicide wasn't enough. At least that's my read, has been my read through the years. Again, there are some people that would like to see a death penalty for an intentional homicide, and there's states that have that, and the federal government has that. We don't have that. So even in with the enactment of the life means life, and then we move into the Truth in Sentencing 2 era, which was right around 2000, as Ms. Vishney mentioned. And then it was changed so that rather than parole, we have extended supervision, and the court can determine generally in a sentence, bifurcated sentence, and this wouldn't be a bifurcated sentence as I understand it. But still, a court could determine when a person would be eligible for petitioning a court for extended supervision, which would be similar to parole in the sense that person would be released on conditions and so forth, and would be subject to supervision, could have extended supervision revoked if they didn't follow the rules, and could be returned to serve a life sentence. And even in the era when they said life didn't mean life, life still could mean life. I mean, there's a person that I had prosecuted that is still in prison, that's from the 1980s. Not in prison, actually, in one of the state institutions, NGI case. So life could mean life, life can mean life now, and the legislature gave that authority to the courts and to make that decision. But the way the law is, and what this court has to address, is there's 3 options. Number 1, the court can find under section 973.014, subsection 1G(a), that a person could be eligible for release to extended supervision after serving 20 years. Number 2, a date for eligibility for release on extended supervision on a date set by the court sometime in the future. Or 3, that a person is not eligible for release to extended supervision. And the way that it would work for a petition for extended supervision is that a person would have to file a petition sometime not more than 90 days, as I understand, before their eligibility date, and then it would be the court, and again, you're absolutely correct, Ms. Vishney, it would not be this person, but it would be this court, whoever is sitting here, that would either hold a hearing or could deny it without a hearing. The district attorney would have an opportunity, if the court directed, have a hearing on this, but the burden would be on on a defendant to show that that they're not a danger, so on and so forth. There could be conditions and so on, but I think that is the defendant would have to prove by clear and convincing evidence that they are not a danger to the public. So, what the legislature essentially has said, Ms. Vishney, I think you're correct, is that the person has to serve at least 20 years, and then, if a court were to say you're eligible at that time, and obviously be sometime after that. But also, the legislature said, again, as the state has recommended here, that there not be eligibility at all for extended supervision, so you would have essentially life without possibility of any sort of release. So that's what the court has before it. And Ms. McCandless has been convicted after a trial to a jury, first-degree intentional homicide. It is the most serious crime that we have in this state. And again, we've talked here at length about being a mandatory life sentence and with those options. So, the court is of the belief, and I think both parties agree, that the court is to consider the Gallian sentencing factors when making a determination as to when someone would be eligible, if eligible, for extended supervision. And I think those factors, as I see them, are three overall factors: seriousness or gravity of the offense, number two, character of the person being sentenced or their rehabilitative needs, and three, protection of the public, and through other factors, aggravating, mitigating factors in there. But in any event, those are the three overall considerations. So, as I've already touched on, the maximum penalty being life in prison without the possibility of extended supervision. So, it is a very, very serious, very serious offense. Doesn't get any more serious. And in this particular case, I think it's also appropriate, as in others, not only to look at what the maximum penalties are, but to look at the conduct of a person. Now, I can't address what a different judge in a different county did under different circumstances. Those are certainly not precedents for the court. But in any event, so I focus on this particular case. And this was a brutal homicide. There's no question about it. And it would have been, and it's just awful for the family to have to see these pictures. But what happened to Alexander Woodworth was a terrible crime. And he was had to have suffered a great deal of pain and suffering before he died. Nobody really knows how long he would have lived after he was stabbed the first time. And frankly, nobody really knows what happened or what was discussed or what sparked this. But as far as the crime is concerned, and I'll come back to that in a moment as it relates to the character of Ms. McCandless as this court sees it. And so this is, in addition to the brutal nature, and who knows, again, if he was already dead when she left the scene where his body was, or whether he was still alive and laying there. But fact of the matter is, and I believe the jury's verdict, and you've addressed this yourself, Ms. Vishney, the jury's verdict tells us that they did not believe Ms. McCandless. They did not believe it was self-defense. There's no doubt that she killed Alexander Woodworth. There's no doubt in this court's mind that she intended to kill him. And the verdict is it was not privilege. It was not self-defense, imperfect or perfect. So, and that brings me to Ms. McCandless's conduct. And I'm sure that she was not the person when this occurred that her family knows and loves. I mean, there's a lot of good things about her in her life, but she was not cooperative, she was not truthful. And I guess maybe take that back a little bit. She was cooperative to some extent, but she was not truthful. She lied when the initial emergency responders were there. She lied at the hospital. She lied to Detective Prock on a couple of occasions.
Judge,
yes.
respectfully, and I hate to interrupt the court, but I am aware of recent cases, ones before the Supreme Court, that requires defense counsel potentially to interrupt the court to preserve the record.
Sure, go
so
ahead.
That's why I'm doing it. And the court is addressing at this point her post-offense conduct. And I did neglect to mention, there's no question that Ms. McCandless lied to Detective Prock and was not truthful with him. And I don't know if the court was going to discuss other factors, but I had meant to call the court's attention to the fact that Ms. McCandless did have a history of post-traumatic stress disorder, including after a rather minor vehicle accident, going through a dissociative state where McCandless did not recall McCandless's name and referred to herself as Monica Carlin and asked where the horse was, even though it was a single vehicle accident. And I did neglect to mention that, and that's, so the immediate aftermath, and the court didn't allow the jury to hear about that. I'm not hazarding any guesses, that'll be for appellate lawyers, but I should have mentioned that during my sentencing, since you're discussing lack of truthfulness.
All right.
Thank you, and I apologize
Well,
for the interruption.
Again, I certainly don't fault defense counsel for doing their job. And, you know, I don't know that I'm going to be able to touch on every point that should be addressed here today. We'd be here all day long, and I know that this is getting a little bit long. And, in any event, this court heard the evidence, and there's, frankly, Ms. McCandless was not truthful, and that's what the jury found. I think that's a fact, and you know, we'll never really know for sure what happened. We will never know for sure. And part of the fascination about this case, it's obviously gotten a lot of attention, and there's a lot of interest in this case because I think a lot of people want to know. They want to know what happened. They want to know why. And but we'll never really know for sure what happened. Even if Ms. McCandless told yet another story, which I think would be hard to believe it. I don't think we'll ever know, and the family will never really know the truth about what happened to Alex and how it happened and why it happened and so on. But in any event, I'm going to continue on talking about the seriousness of the offense. So it's serious by maximum penalty, the most serious offense, and in this particular case, it was, again, to parse or to sort out the difference between intentional homicides is very difficult. You know, it's a little like trying to see a shadow in the dark. It's just difficult to do. First degree intentional homicide, they're all bad and all serious crimes. There's no question about that. So we move on to the second, the character of the person being sentenced and rehabilitative needs. And I can tell you, I don't think, you know, rehabilitative needs of Ms. McCandless is the driver in this particular case. What I see in this particular case, and I think this is addresses two areas. You know, one, talking about this crime, and Ms. Nodolf on her argument, she's saying, well, this just seems so irrational. And I think people struggle to understand what reason there would be for Ms. McCandless to kill Alexander Woodworth. But there's no question that, and I'm just like to note that I have Exhibit 365 and 366, and that was Silence Broken as redacted, as well as the journal number 2. And I think those two documents, those writings by Ms. McCandless, frankly, I think shed a lot of light. She was in a very dark place. She had had an awful lot of, first of all, she was 20 and a half years old when this happened. 6 months before that, she had gone through, again, this procedure, which undoubtedly left some turmoil with her. And these relationships, the choices that she made, and frankly, she made a lot of very poor choices. You know, we're free to make choices, and you know, when you're an adult, even though you're not, you know, fully developed, and I totally acknowledge the brain science. You know, they train judges on this stuff. In fact, our last judicial conference was almost entirely devoted to the mind sciences, and we heard plenty of that in this case. But as pointed out, and I just want to address the issue about the dissociative state. As I understand it, the jury did hear about that through Dr. Benson, and that was, he talked about her history of PTSD. That's my recollection, is that that's why, that's part of the reason the court didn't allow it. But the record was made at the time as to the reasons, and it, again, I have no doubt that there will be an appeal in this case, and there are so many issues the defense can raise, and they will be addressed at that time. However, from what this court could tell, Ms. McCandless had all sorts of things going on, these relationships that she was involved in, her own internal turmoil about what her identity was, her sexual identity, who she was as a person, what she wanted in life. And in this, page 4 of 5, this is document 521, silence is broken. And this is a line that is sort of stuck in my head. I feel like my mind is on fire. And this was written, I'm not sure how long before this homicide. As I understand it, was last, I guess, closed or opened, reviewed just a few days prior to this homicide. Journal number 2, Exhibit 366. She talks about the first line, my mind is deeply haunted by the actions I've done. So she talks about waves of guilt and so on and so forth, pain, regret, disgust, and the word confused comes up in a number of different places. She had an awful lot going on in her mind, and she obviously was angry with Alexander Woodworth. The evidence that came from the communications between Ms. McCandless and Jason Mengel, which comes from document number 551, and that's Exhibit 465. And would have been about 10 days, roughly 10 days before this homicide. And she's talking to Jason Mengel about wanting to go and confront Alex, tell him, and now this is from one of the communications, I just want to give it back and stay out of my life and tell him how much I regret meeting him. And there were a couple of times during those communications where she talks about, one, I'm afraid I might punch him, though, if he gives me a look. Another line, to be honest, I might punch him in the face if he does a sarcastic, "you're dumb" voice. And these are communications Ms. McCandless had with Mr. Mengel. So the night before this all happens, Mr. Mengel sends a picture from the wall at Racy's with the words, you know, F me and her phone number, and in the court's opinion, that seems to be sort of the straw that, or the last spark that set off these tumultuous feelings that she had. And the next day, Alexander Woodworth ends up dead. And so when she's talking to Detective Prock, they ask her why, or he asks her, why did you go to talk to Alex? And she says, I wanted to talk about my feelings, so my mind is on fire, or I feel like my mind is on fire. They didn't elaborate on what those feelings were, but obviously she had anger and some pent-up rage and a whole lot of other things that were going on. And she also wanted to talk to him about what was on the restroom wall at Racy's. So, and what he knew about that and so on. Now, frankly, I agree with the defense that the court has to sentence based on the facts as they have occurred. And I think the analysis, as far as what the evidence is the jury found that when she killed Alex, she had the intent to kill him. She didn't find, the jury didn't find when that intent was formed. And frankly, in this court's mind, and I've had a lot of time to think about this case, and believe me, I've thought about it a lot. There was perhaps, again, suicidal ideations, perhaps homicidal ideations, but the evidence proves that when she killed Alex Woodworth, she had the intent to kill him. And in large part, had what was going on in her life and her being immature, again, being only 20 and a half years of age, certainly, I don't think anyone could disagree that in the science that her prefrontal cortex was not fully developed, that she didn't have very good breaks. And Jason Mango suggested she not go do that. He didn't want to go along. She had asked Jason in those communications to go along because she wants to tell Alex off. And then that's before the business about the learning about her number being on Racy's in the bathroom wall. So, frankly, from this court's perspective, what we know is that she boiled over at some point and killed Alex Woodworth. And it was not in self-defense, and she lied about what happened, which is, frankly, not that uncommon. She is a person that does have her personality traits. There's a lot of good things people have said about her, people that have known her, and there's probably a lot of good things that she could do, in a prison setting. But the fact still remains that, we talk about 5 to 10 years of rehabilitation. Maybe that's in some cases. Most people that go to prison, they aren't even there for more than a couple of years, frankly. But this is an intentional homicide case. So that brings me to the third factor the court has to consider, and that is, of course, protecting the public. And we can't predict the future, but the best predictor about the future is what people have done in the past. And so we have, again, in this particular case, someone who killed another person, took another life. And I think that's, the public expects to be protected. We don't know. I can't tell right now whether she's going to be dangerous 20 years from now, or 25, or 40, or more. So, in any event, court has to consider those factors when imposing a sentence in this case. Now, what the court has considered for purposes of sentencing would be, again, some exhibits from the record. I've received the pre-sentence investigation report, which recommends life imprisonment with eligibility for extended supervision at 50 years. And I've considered the state's sentencing memorandum and their arguments, and the people that have spoken here today, the victim input side of things, and the state's position is life imprisonment, never an opportunity for extended supervision. And then the defense argument, of course, life imprisonment, and your sentencing memoranda, some letters that were contained in that, as well as some pictures of EZRA with interacting with family and so on and so forth, and is asking for extended supervision at the earliest possible time. And
Judge, I hate to interrupt, but we're asking for the opportunity to petition a court.
Yes, exactly. And that's, I think, for people to understand that the court would not be setting a release date here today, just a date when a person would be eligible for extended supervision. So, what the court has not seen in this particular case, I'm just going to go through some factors in order here. Her past record, she didn't have any prior criminal convictions. And frankly, there was no evidence of prior violent behavior that this court heard. She was only 20 and a half years old, not far out of high school, and again, I've already mentioned the nature of the crime itself here, and but what the court saw during the trial was she did not, there does not appear to be any remorse, does not appear to be any genuine contrition, and I just want to make sure they make it clear that not holding it against Ms. McCandless that she did not say anything to the PSI writer. Again, she has a right to appeal, and she has a right to remain silent. That cannot be held against her at sentencing. But what I'm talking about is what she testified to and what she said, what was testified that she had said to investigators. And but there, and I don't know, maybe a little bit today, I don't really feel like it was really sincere. I'm sure she feels bad, but again, I don't believe we have the truth. And I think one thing a family would want to have more than anything else is to know what the truth was. And I don't want to, I guess, forget to mention, that this is, in the court's opinion, has to do with the family, the victim, and by definition, close family members are victims of this offense, and their input is important. And so, court allowed evidence by the defense. I believe that's based on the law, at least this court's interpretation of the law, and that's characterized by some as an assassination of Alex's character, and frankly, people are entitled to put on a defense, but again, those facts and that testimony was rejected by the jury. There is no evidence that Alex Woodworth had done anything wrong at all. And from all accounts, even from what Ms. McCandless says, aside from what she testified to, he was a kind person, gentle person, witty, compassionate, just so many adjectives that I've heard about what a good person that he was, and I don't doubt that. So this is a great loss, not only for his family, for his friends, his community, but it's very tragic. And I agree with Ms. Gunelson when she says no one wins in this case. Nobody wins in this case. This is just a horrible, 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 horrible case. And that is the way it is. So, after considering all of these factors, I just want to say that I've thought about this case pretty consistently, for a long time, and I understood, what the court's choices were, because I looked at the statute quite a while ago before I received the pre-sentence investigation report, and in this court's opinion, I had thought this is a case where there should be some date for release on extended supervision. But I cannot agree with the defense, because I think 20 years would certainly unduly depreciate the seriousness of this offense. From my view, from the community that I serve, and again, this isn't my personal spot here. This is on behalf of the community, and in this court's opinion, that would unduly depreciate the seriousness of a first-degree intentional homicide for someone to be out that soon, rehabilitated or not. The seriousness of first-degree intentional homicide, at least by community standards, in this court's opinion, requires more than that. However, I do not believe, and there are a couple cases that I was the prosecutor on, where people got life without realistic possibility of parole, one without possibility of parole. I certainly haven't been involved in as many homicide cases as you have, Ms. Vishny, and I guess I'm glad for that, because they are not, there's nothing pleasant about it at all. But in any event, the court believes that the date that the pre-sentence investigator, writer of the report, Mr. Erickson, frankly, when I got the pre-sentence investigation report, that was a number that's right around what this court was thinking. It's gone up, it's gone down, it's gone back and forth a little bit. Mr. Hall's comment that, you know, maybe 60 years, you know, one year for every day they had to wait. And this whole situation is difficult on everybody. You know, having the publicity in a case like this, it's difficult on the family, you know, and having to wait to have a loved one's body because you're concerned about it being preserved for evidence, and that the defense might at some time, you know, object that potentially exculpatory evidence may have been lost because the body was returned to the family. And I think in every case we learn a little bit. It's unfortunate, frankly. I don't recall that, and it's difficult. It's difficult for the family to have to be, you know, on TV and all that. It sort of changes the way people behave, I think, when you get this much coverage, and that, you know, the coverage is here to capture what happens, but yet what happens sometimes changes a little bit because of the coverage. And but I have never been involved in a homicide case that did not have TV cameras in the courtroom. In Wisconsin, that's the way it is. So the court believes, and here's what the court is going to do for the reasons that I've stated. I am going to sentence Ms. McCandless to life in prison in the Wisconsin prison system, and I'm going to set the date that she would be eligible for petitioning the court for extended supervision at 50 years. It's a long time, but the way I reason this, that Ms. McCandless, if she does what she's supposed to do, follows the rules, that she at least has some light at the end of a very long tunnel. It's a long time. I won't be around. I'm pretty sure I'm going to be gone, like dead at that point. But I think I've thought about that for a number of different reasons. I think that way that Alex's parents, you know, I don't know exactly how old they are, how long they have yet to live, but that spares them to have to see the day Ms. McCandless may petition to be released and perhaps have to go through some hearings. It's a long time down the road and does not unduly depreciate the seriousness of this offense in the court's opinion. And if this was a death penalty state, there would be no opportunity ever for that. But this is an intentional homicide, and it is that serious in this court's opinion. I think people expect, if maybe not an entire natural life, but at least if 50 years is a point where I think most people can agree that would not unduly depreciate the seriousness of the offense, and she would most likely not be a risk to the public after a very lengthy period such as that.
Judge, as far as the sentencing credit goes, the state said 683 days. That would date from the date of the first appearance or when bail was set. But if you date it from the date that she was taken into custody by law enforcement, it would be 692 days, or March 18th of 2018. And
I think the date she was taken into custody was March 27, 2018.
no, she was taken into custody at Mr. Sipple's residence. She was never free to leave after being at Mr. Sipple's residence.
Well, she was not in police custody. She was not arrested on this offense, as I understand it, until March 27th. That's my finding. So, and I added it up. I come up with 683 days credit, including...
well, my record's preserved.
Including today, yeah, certainly. So, I am required, Ms. McCandless, to advise you of some information. You will get a copy of this written explanation of determinate life sentence. Again, your length of your sentence is life imprisonment. And you would be eligible to petition for release to extended supervision after serving 50 years, 0 months. And I think you can read for yourself about extended confinement or bad time. I don't normally read that at a sentencing. But I think the statute does require that I advise you of this information. And that is from section 302.114 of the Wisconsin statutes. And actually, in any event, the court is supposed to read that information as contained in this form, which is CR 235. And again, a copy will be put in provided to the jail for your personal belongings. But you may file a petition for release to extended supervision with this court. Petition cannot be filed earlier than 90 days before your extended supervision eligibility date. If your petition is filed any time earlier than the 90 days, the court will deny the petition without a hearing. You must serve a copy of your petition on the district attorney's office, and the district attorney will file a written response to your petition within 45 days after receiving the petition. The court will review your petition and any response filed by the district attorney and may grant or deny your petition without a hearing. If the court holds a hearing, the hearing will be before the court without a jury. The district attorney who prosecuted you will represent the state at this hearing. Now, again, I don't know who the district attorney will be 50 years from now, but it would be the Dunn County District Attorney. That's the point. Before this court can grant or deny your petition, any victim or any other person may make or submit a statement relevant to your release to extended supervision. This court cannot grant your petition unless you prove by clear and convincing evidence that you are not a danger to the public. If your petition is granted, this court may impose conditions on the term of extended supervision. If this court denies your petition, it will set a date on which you may file another petition. If it is filed prior to the date set by the court, it may be denied without a hearing. You may appeal an order denying your petition for release to extended supervision. Now, a number of other things may seem like formalities. The court does have to impose court costs in this matter. I believe it would be $268 plus a $250 DNA surcharge. That's a total of $518. I'm also going to order restitution I have it here. Okay. So the restitution would be, first of all, to Marvin and Joan Woodworth for cost of travel and cost of funeral. Cost of travel, $1,602.30. Cost of funeral, $3,940. And then also for Sarah Woodworth for missed work for a funeral, and that's calculated out at $312. And travel from Nebraska, $458.89 for a total of $6,313.19. And there's a victim witness surcharge of 10% added onto that for a total of $6,944.51. Now, I understand that's not contested, and but the court believes that those are reasonable expenses for restitution for the untimely death of Alexander Woodworth. And if things went as they should, his parents or grandparents or anybody shouldn't have to pay for his funeral. And hopefully, his funeral should have been well after his parents were gone. Now, so the court will order that. You may request a restitution hearing if you wish. I will order that up to the maximum amount allowed by law, that there may be deductions from any prison wages to pay towards restitution and court costs. And again, counsel indicated that was 50%. I thought it was 25%, but
It was 25%.
just raised it to 50.
I believe it's now 50.
Okay, so I'll order up to 50% of any, I guess it's any amounts in her accounts in the prison. It's not just prison wages, but it's it's taken from other monies
Prison
she may
funds.
have, prison funds. Now, other conditions, now I'm not, I will order it, and if it's not allowed, it's not allowed, but I will order that she have no contact with Mr. Woodworth's family.
Judge, I'm gonna ask for modification of that. I'd ask that she not be allowed to initiate any contact with Mr. Woodworth's family. I'm aware that there's a restorative justice program that goes on in the state of Wisconsin, and sometimes in the future, victims' families want to go through a restorative justice hearing. So I would not want that to be precluded by today's sentencing. So I would ask that it be changed that she not initiate contact, because as we know, we don't know what'll happen in the future. But this is something that does from time to time go on. And people who've gone through it find it incredibly healing. I don't want to
Well,
preclude that possibility.
I don't, if the victims wish to have contact, so I'll just say, no contact with any member of Alex Woodworth's family unless that family member initiates contact and requests contact or participation in any sort of restorative justice. But again, this isn't like conditions of extended supervision. This would be, and I just a little unsure as to how that works with the prison sentence, because prison will have their rules as well. All right, this is a felony conviction. Obviously, Ms. McCandless, you may not possess a firearm ever. It's a permanent prohibition. Serious penalties under both state and federal law. You may not vote in any election until you've completed your sentence, which I think that would be, even if you ever are granted extended supervision, you would still life sentence, so you would never be able to vote again in any election. Also, did she have a DNA sample taken at the time of arrest? I'm sure there was DNA samples taken, but by search warrant. But we'll order that she submit a DNA sample that can be done down at the jail. Also, I believe, given it is a violent felony, she is prohibited from possessing body armor as well. That's a warning the court has to give. All right, Ms. McCandless, you have 20 days from today to file a notice of intent to seek post-conviction relief. Again, counsel, I just want to say you had a vigorous defense. Your attorneys, I think, did an outstanding job of raising issues. In fact, I think both sides in this case did an outstanding job. I can't imagine there would be any other issues that would have to be resolved before a direct appeal, but there's always that possibility. I think, again, this was, counsel were thorough, and I think did zealously represented Ms. McCandless. All right, is there anything further, Madam Clerk, anything I've missed? All right, from the state,
Your Honor,
anything I've
probably
missed?
it's just a formality, but could you just advise her of her immigration right and could result in deportation?
Ms. McCandless was born in the United States.
Well, if you read that statute, this isn't a plea, so I don't think that's necessary. Anything else? Okay, that's all. We're adjourned.